And how do financials get to AG with material misstatements? What does the CFO say to you when he submits to you financial statements for signature to take them to AG without records? What do you do to the What do you do to the CFO Because the CFO reports to you and reports to the council through mayor. Mayor, if they are not delivering, what are you doing to them? Because you need to hold them accountable. Are you investigating your FWE? If so, who has been held accountable for that? Those are the questions that would turn around this whole institution, that will see you remove or that will see you correct all these findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you for that high-level presentation. I don't know, please, you can help me understand here. Are you saying that this grading, this is what I think we are bringing across to us, is a silver bullet for all your problems? I think you seem to hang everything there, all your troubles on that. But I would also ask where it's stuck, maybe with the MEC here, if you say you have applied it, if it's so important as a silver bullet, maybe see where is it stuck if they say they've applied up to the national level. Then I think it will be very important for you to talk to us about what I picked up here was that there's the irregular awarding of the tender for the construction of Legislature sports field. Because apparently the construction of this sports field was at a substantially revised contract price and for a materially different scope of work. This was irregular at the procurement process as the procurement processes were not followed. So I think we'll be interested as a committee to find out about that. And also, how did it go, the investigation of the purchase of a mayoral vehicle? It was above the threshold. I think my colleague has talked about the loss of electricity to the tune of 49%. And then investigate maybe the reasons why, just a comment on the reasons why the public protector report is taken to review for two officials who were implicated in flouting the SCM processes in respect of the same stadium I spoke about, the field, Legislature sports field. I think that would be very helpful to us as a committee if you can just throw some light on that score. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mtola.
No, Chair, thank you. Chair, this question, very interestingly, is coming from the members of the public, of the municipality. They are asking if there is a council decision to sell land, municipal land. And there's also an allegation that councillors are being given priority. Do you have a register of municipal land and its ownership? This should include properties. Number two, does the council have any wild animals and are they registered? Why are you losing 49% of electricity? Is it lost through your electrical lines or is it a loss in your built revenue? Number four is addressed through the question that has been raised by Honorable Chelezi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Phumelele Ndamase. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. My first question is in relation to the stadium. Honorable Mayor, do you see a stadium there when you look at it? And which sporting code can be played there? or that is being played. You get qualified. I'm not sure for 3 years, but what is your take on that in your capacity as the executive authority of the institution? Then, can you shed light on the qualifications of your managers? If not, but we can still be submitted to be able to have it. What is the actual duty of a chief operations officer when there is a municipal manager? And one would assume there is a director responsible for corporate services. Can we be taken on board on what exactly the chief operations officer does? On the issue of the technical capacity in your report, you are alluding to the fact that there is a lack of skills in the electricity department. Why? When you have perennial electricity and water outages. Pies believe. On the issue of the performance management, what is your understanding of the performance management and development system when it is not cascaded down below the senior management? What's the cause, and how on earth are you going to be able to assess the performance of the institution? Do you have similar areas, the similar mabuyazes? There is mabuyaze, zikhona ezinye ezifana nayo, and what is your attitude in terms of dealing with the services in areas ezinjengomabuyaze nomabuyaze guy? What is exactly happening in relation to water, where there are areas when people are never sure whether they are going to have water for the whole day? When we say we've managed to grow and to leave behind the issue of challenges of electricity, you continue to have them. What's the issue exactly in relation to the electricity in Komani and specific areas that usually have electricity outages? In your risk register, you say nothing about challenges of water and challenges of electricity, but you have financial mismanagement. Who are mismanaging money? Because that's part of your risk register. Can you expatiate on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Marina van Zyl, and I'm a member of COGTA, and I'm also from Burgersdorp, so I know the area of Komani quite well. I'm a neighbouring constituency there. Have you, in latching onto the performance management system, have you paid any performance bonuses in the last, say, 3 years to your MM or Section 56, 57 managers? Because I think that's important for us to note. And then the Mayor had spoken about the amalgamation in 2016. Have you sorted out your organogram since that process in 2016? And has everyone got a new job description, etc.? Then your councillors, as well as your officials, is any of them owing the municipality for rates and taxes past the 90-day threshold that is legislated by law? If they are, what is the amount that is owed by councillors? What is the amount that's owed by officials? And what are your plans? Are you actually collecting from them if they do owe? Has there been any overseas trips by anyone in the municipality in the past 3 years. If anyone has gone overseas, why did they go overseas? What was the cost to the municipality? If there was cost, please give us rand and cent. I don't want to know that S&T was paid. I want to know rand and cent value of that. Then your billing in your institution. I don't know what your collection rate is at the moment, what you are able to collect. In your billing, is that accurate, or are you relying heavily on estimates? Is there many disputes? What is the situation like with your billing? And then lastly, your indigent register. Is that updated yearly and up to date as we speak, according to, say, the census data of 2022? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Kathy Labuskaghni from the Western Cape. I would like to know what percentage of your budget do you spend on infrastructure maintenance? And then a lot of questions was asked on the UIF and all that, but I would like to know how many of the, or did you impact investigate any of the unauthorized and irregular expenditures? And if so, was there any consequence management, if they, and the number of cases and the reasons for that? And then I've heard a few times about revenue collection. I would like to know what is the challenge with that you can't, that revenue collection is a problem. Is it the billing system? Is it the culture of no payment? Is it, what is it, and what is your plan to improve that? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give our colleagues from the province. You are having 1 minute each because we still need to meet with municipalities and follow up on issues. So you'll have enough time to grill them.
Thank you, Chair. Ebnomasik is the chairperson of COGTA, the member of SCOP. Just one question for me, Chair. Maybe it has been asked, but my concern is around the issue of that is raised by the Auditor-General, that there is no financial recovery plan that the municipality could produce during the audit time. I want to check as to why is that and what has been done. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, and afternoon to Enoch Mgijima, Mayor, and the colleagues. Just a few questions for me in my 1 minute. One is the issue of, there's a mention in the report about an occurrence of ward councillors being undermined in the communities. How is that occurrence characterized? And what are we doing to manage it so as to keep the trust and interface with the community happening? The last question, it is my understanding that you are part of the debt relief municipalities, as part of ESCOM debt relief program. What is the latest regarding your debt with ESCOM now as part of that relief program? The last one, very, very last. I think this one, Chair, whilst we appreciate the reduction by 60% of your irregular expenditure, we need to know whether those that have caused the supply chain that we dealt with. I think it's very close to the question raised earlier on. Because we see an improvement that we have reduced this audit period at least by 60% your irregular expenditure. But we want to see what has been done with those officials who have caused it before. Thank you.
I'm Chantel King, and this just happened to be my constituency I'm deployed to. When it comes to the smart meter rollout, utility was awarded the contract. And it was found that they needed to pay back because the contract was terminated and they needed to pay back 24 million rand. Just needed to find out if that has been paid back by utility. As well as the buildings, the town hall is still gutted. You're having meetings either in Chris Hani district offices or sometimes at the Eastern Cape Development Corporation. I just wanted to find out what is now going to happen to the town hall and the other buildings that had important documents that burned down of the municipality. What is the progress report on that one? Then, with regards to security, the Red Guards security company was replaced by TAEC. Both of them were irregularly awarded contracts. TAEC had a contract that was initially 1.2, it then moved to 2.2 million rand. I just needed to get an update on the status of that, because previously there was an MPEC report which indicated that there was wrongdoing, and then later another MPEC report came out which indicates there was no wrongdoing. So I just needed to find out about that investigation. Would have been nice if the MPEC chairperson was actually Tia Adele Hendricks, and I would have loved to have known why she cannot be here, because she's one person that pushes for these type of investigations. And then lastly, Chair, because I'm not going to delve much on it, I've asked too many written questions to them. Chair, with the mayor, when it comes to having meetings, we all know with the Legislature story, all the opposition parties wrote to the speaker telling her they're not happy with the decision that was taken to take this on review. To date, have you responded to the opposition parties? Because the report says all responded in council to this, but not everyone. All the opposition parties wrote a letter to you as a team. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody again. My name is Odwa Gqixana. I'm one of the MPLs that is in this committee of SCOPA. My question is on labor relations and governance. Is there a challenge of non-sitting of the meetings is identified, which also is saying this reflects broader coordination issues, knowing very well that this forum is for transformation and the development of the interpersonal relations, also employee-employer relationship. So I'm checking here, what is the plan going forward? Because if these meetings are continuing not to sit, there will be explosion, which will result to the workers to strike. So my question is, what is the plan going forward with this challenge? I thank you, leadership. Going forward with this challenge. I thank you, leadership.
Allow the municipality to respond. I just need to respond to one question on the NPEC. In terms of the delegation that we requested for municipality, we did not include the chairpersons of the NPEC, hence the NPEC is not here. So I will now allow municipalities to respond. Straight to the point, be direct, don't over-elaborate. Thank you. You have 20 minutes to respond to all the questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the members of the committee. I'm going to be straight to the point. I'll start by responding to the utility. There's been an issue raised on the 24 million. This is to confirm before the committee that all funds that are due to the municipality by utilities have been paid to the municipality. That is number one. Also, I would want to clarify that there is a difference between the two contracts of smart meters. There is a contract that was engaged in between the municipality and also utilities, and there is one which is currently running, which is through a transversal tender, which is a support by National Treasury. The one for utilities that the member referred to had been cancelled by the institution. I also want to confirm, I think I should have started by confirming that I joined the institution in March 2023.
That is what I also wanted to confirm. When it comes to irregular expenditure, I think when I respond to that, let me deal with UIFW as a whole. The institution intentionally focused on reducing UIFW. They started by ensuring that we capacitate the MPEC so that they are able to do the investigation. And support was provided by both COGTA and Treasury, which then resulted in UIFW being written off, and what needs to be then referred to the board. There are contributing factors to irregular expenditure that we have, which is due to the historical contracts that the municipality had, and most of those contracts have been cancelled. Some of them, COGTA would attest, because there is maybe one or two service providers that they have written to COGTA claiming to be paid. So that is how we are dealing with irregular expenditure. The issue of unauthorized expenditure, the contributing factor is that it's irregular. The contributing factor again, it's non-cash items. Due to the unfunded budget that we have adopted as the institution, we are unable to fully fund or fully budget for non-cash items, which is depreciation and also debt in payment. So that is what is contributing to unauthorized expenditure, and obviously the fact that we are not collecting well. We are currently sitting at 56% as of the end of the last quarter in terms of the collection of e-revenue. In terms of the unauthorized, as I have said, it's due to the historical contracts that some of them we managed to cancel them, including the utilities contract, which was dipping almost 50% from the institution from what is collected from the smart meters. We were then the debt relief program. The municipality was accepted on the debt relief program. Currently, in terms of the compliance on the conditions that are there, which is 12 conditions, we are sitting at 83%. The issue that we have is to the payment of the monthly account. We are unable to fully pay what we have been billed. This is due to the losses that we have. I think from there, let me go straight and not jump into what are we currently doing in terms of reducing the losses. And that will also cover some of the questions that were raised. If are we having the issue of a grade as the main thing? Not at all. I want to inform the committee that the budget of Inokem Gijima rests upon electricity, 40% of it. So it's one of the main focus of the municipality. So the municipality is focusing on the demand management and also on reducing the losses that we have, which are sitting at 45%. The business plan that we submitted when we were applying to National Treasury, it stipulated exactly where are we going to move if we deal with the issue of the losses. So to go straight to what we are doing in terms of managing the losses, we are rolling out a smart meter program, which we anticipated that it will come last year, June. Unfortunately, it came this year because we were hoping that we'll be reaping then the outcomes of that smart meter program. Through a vigorous public participation, we were able to do assessment with the report. As the executive mayor has reported, we started rollouting the program. And also on the issue of the losses, we continuously do. We have a revenue protection team which looks into doing disconnections. But I would want to highlight to the committee that it's more of 80-20%, kind of like a setup whereby 80% of the work is done, but what we reap at the end of the day, it's about 20%, because the communities, they go back and reconnect themselves. Some of the members will note that in the previous week, we had again another raid with SAPS, which highlights again the intergovernmental relations improvement within the space in Inokem Gijima, because that was one of the first where we had a fully fledged SAPS team. So I'm highlighting a lot of things in one response. Also in the issue of demand management in terms of electricity, we are looking into we have applied to ESCOM to increase our notified maximum demand. If you look into our bill for each month, there is a fine that goes for a notified maximum demand. They've furnished that with the quotation for that. And also what we have done is to then engage ESCOM. ESCOM has got 2 willing points within Inoki Mgijima that have not, without a willing agreement, and ESCOM has not been paying for those. We are concluding that willing agreement. We've got this agreement with ESCOM. We do not agree on the tariff because they are giving us at a lower rate, and yet they are taking it at a higher rate. So that is what also we are concluding that is going to put us in a better position in terms of collection. We are also installing check meters because there was a study that was done but not concluded by DBSA in the previous years before I joined the municipality. So we started from there to identify what was raised by DBSA, which was the issue of the authenticity of the bill itself. So we're currently installing check meters so that we can be able then to measure what we are being billed as against the bill that we receive from ESCOM. We also have one of the municipalities that have got a willing agreement that is functional, honorable members, willing agreement with ESCOM. This seeks to improve the efficiency in providing the electricity service within the municipality. We have identified 5 areas where ESCOM to support us. Amongst those, it includes SCM. So it also talks to savings within the municipality and also responding to the faults that we have. If we have big faults like we had last year in Ward 10, that also reduces downtime. We also make sure that we monitor the large power users. So that talks to revenue collection. So I won't go municipalities doing in relation to the losses that we are experiencing in Inoki Mgijima. There was a question raised on the financial recovery plan. I think let me clarify that the financial recovery plan that we had, we started implementing it in May 2023, after the new administration had been appointed. We started implementing the financial recovery plan. We had included that in the package that we submitted to the honorable members as our report, just to have a feel of the activities that are there and how are we moving in terms of progress in those activities. Okay, percentage that we spend on maintenance, we're currently sitting at 6.4 in terms, which is below the norm. We're currently sitting at 6.4. In terms of a collection, there was a question raised: what is the problem? In terms of billing, I would say we have an accurate billing. For last year, we didn't have any findings in relation to billing. The issue is actually collecting and the full implementation of the credit control policy, because that policy rests upon us using electricity as our method to enforce the payment. And if you have losses through illegal bypasses, then it affects your enforcement of collection. So our anticipation is that once we have meters, we will also be able to then fully implement the policy that we have as the institution. We have an indigent register which is reviewed on an annual basis, and there is an approval. However, our indigent register does not match our socio-economic status. One of the contributing factors is the illegal connections, because the person that has illegally connected does not see a need why then they must be included in the indigent register. So those are the challenges that we have, because it does not match our socio-economic status. If you look into it's very low in numbers. There are councillors that are owing. I think we provided that information. I might have it so that I call the figures, but what I can say now is that when it comes to the councillors, we've got 19 councillors that are owing, and we have 19 of those that have signed the acknowledgement of debt, and we are deducting on a monthly basis, and 13 we have not signed an acknowledgement of debt. When it comes to the officials, we've got about 195 officials that have signed and 91 that have not signed. There is one challenge that we have. Those that have not yet signed the stop orders, the issue is the registration of the property against either the official or the councillor. However, the records from IEC, they have this address of a certain individual, but now there is an issue in terms of property registration. So that is the issue that we have. Organogram. As the institution, after 2016, I will respond for 2023. From 2023, we started by reviewing the organogram submitted to the Office of the MEC, COGTA MEC, then made comments, comprehensive comments, and they further provided support in terms of closing those gaps on the comments that they have made. We have again adopted the organogram considering the comments that were made by the MEC. It has been sent again to COGTA for the MEC to consider the organogram. What is worth also mentioning on the organizational structure is that we're currently having 977 employees, and that includes contract employees. And connecting that to the cost of employees, we're sitting at 35%, which seems to be below the norm. However, looking into the vacancy rate that we have, if you can fill all those vacancies, you will see that we'll go over the norm. What then the municipality is doing, because that is linked to the fact that the officials are being paid on a grade 6 municipality, except the councillors and the senior managers, which are paid at the grade 4. The municipality from 2023 has since approached the bargaining council to apply for exemption so that we do not pay increment to the officials. That has been done for the 2 consecutive years. However, the ruling for the first year was not on our favor before the bargaining council for some of the reasons that we highlighted, which include setting aside paying of the officials grade 6. They then said it's not within their jurisdiction. That matter has been taken to court. It's before Makanda Court, including the setting aside. So there are 2 matters on trying to reduce the cost of employees, which is we haven't paid since the new administration, we haven't paid the increment, and also we have approached the court to set aside the payment of the official at a grade 6 municipality. This contributes. There was a question that was raised in terms of managing what we have, which means the resources that we have. That is what we did when we came in to identify and analyze the resources that we have and what we can do in terms of utilizing fully what we have. Hence, today, even when the collection rate is more or less more equal to what was collected in the previous financial years, but we are able to take money and pay ESCOM. Unlike the previous 5 years where not ESCOM was not paid, because from 2023 September, we then started paying ESCOM. That speaks to good governance, that speaks to control the expenditure within the institution. That speaks to intentional strategies that are being applied by the municipality to ensure that we keep the municipality as a going concern.
How many questions remaining, or have you answered all of them?
Not all of them. Not all of them.
And you have exhausted the minutes that I have given to you. Hence, I was saying, do not over-elaborate, because we are working with municipality. So if you come direct to us, we understand. So can we please try to respond to those questions, but be direct. As and when we don't understand, we'll then seek clarity.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to members of the committee and the provincial sitting led by the MEC. I'll just, as a speaker, I'll just speak on 2 that were highlighted, speaking on the resolutions that were taken and letters that were written by opposition. Perhaps let me first clarify that upon receival of the report by PP, which entailed remedial actions to be undertaken by the municipality, of course, what we took into consideration as council is that we did not go for review directly. In fact, we started by seeking a legal opinion, because in our attempt to implement the remedial actions, there were gaps of employees that were stated in the report that were not part of those bid committees at the time, which then projected gaps. And as council, we had to be responsible not to implement a report that would land us into litigations later on. Then we then sought a legal opinion that would assist us in finding means that will implement the remedial actions without being outside the prescripts of any law that governs either us or any sphere of government. In that decision to go for a legal opinion, two opposition parties requested to abstain from that decision. There is no time, remember, to write letters when we are about to take a resolution, because an item is put in place, it is explained, it is brought for decision. There is no time to write letters. They simply abstain to be part of a decision that goes for a legal opinion. When we receive the legal opinion that allows us to approach the court to apply for a review, which was granted by court, we then said we will then wait for the court, because the gap that were led by the fact that the PPU, upon their investigation period, never consulted the municipality and requested any information throughout their investigation, which might have led to the gaps of putting employees that were not in committees as part of those that were in committees, which led us, because we found that if we continue to implement the remedial actions as they are put in the report, they would put us in a litigation squabble with people that were not particularly part of that. So I just wanted to correct the issue of letters being written. It was not the case. And I think that was the second question is a resolution that was taken by council on the purchase of the mayoral vehicle. Remember, the mayor had spent, the previous vehicle was purchased in 2017, which had exceeded its kilometers as per the Gazette. When he came to the municipality, that it was a Ford Fortuner 2.8 that was a market value of 650 at the time in 2017. When he assumed office, the current mayor, when we attempted to purchase the same vehicle, the current market value of the same vehicle was sitting at 900. So he allowed the municipality to raise funds whilst he used his own personal vehicle for 2 years. Upon him coming to office, for 2 years utilizing his personal vehicle with no reimbursement of petrol or any other funds. Then after 2 years, we purchased a vehicle lesser in terms of what is required by the Gazette, lesser than the Fortune, but in terms of the market value, it was sitting at about 1.4, it's a 400,000 difference. But that difference we had to calculate with this 2-year expenditure of his personal vehicle over the period of 2 years. But at the same time, we wanted to put it to SALGA and to COGTA that the amount that is put in there, which is 250,000, and the current market value of vehicles that are allowed to be driven by these offices does not tally match. Subsequently, we are the only municipality that doesn't go above. You will find the next door within our same district, the speaker driving a platinum Ford Everest of 1.6 million, and there's no halabaloo. But there is no way you can purchase a car within that range, and it is within the comfort that is stipulated in the Gazette of what is to be driven by that office. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is going to be brief, Chairperson. I think let me start with the question that was talking about the review of the annual financial statements by the CFO. If you're looking at the presentation, we're saying the municipality was on the qualified audit opinion for 5 years. But if you're looking from the paragraphs, you can see that there is an improvement in terms of reducing the number of paragraphs that are there. In 2023-2024, we were having 11 paragraphs, and then we improved to 3 paragraphs during this financial year in under review. And then the fact that, honorable members, the high level for this financial year, we didn't have any material findings. That talks to the management reviewing the annual financial statements. So that is the confirmation of the management dealing with the issues on the findings that were raised by Auditor-General. And also the audit action plan that we were addressing the findings that were raised by UAG. The municipality is sitting at 68% in terms of resolving the findings. The only ones that are left there are the findings that are pending to AG auditing what was raised and for them to quantify that all what was done by the municipality is addressing the findings. So that is the state of the audit finding, and us resolving
As you wrap up.
It's only four, Chair. Thank you. The first one that came from the honourable member on the driving forces for amalgamation. The three entities, especially the former Nkwanta, former Tsolwana, were in a state of distress and they were not operational at all. And as a result of that, they were to be merged, and they were relatively small, so they were to be merged with the Lukanje and form one entity. But now, after that amalgamation, the steps to then address these problems that were taking place in these various institutions were never then taken. As a result, in the heart of the amalgamation, default judgments from these former entities came through, and auctions took place of service delivery vehicles and so forth. And now it was not coming to former Tsolwana because they're no longer in existence. So it's coming now to Inoki Mkijima municipality. So the town, which is a former Lukanje that was in a better state, now had to face the consequences, which is the relatively big town, because it had about 17 wards. Others had about 4, others had about 6. So now those citizens felt now the pain because their refuse removal is no longer being picked because the machinery has been auctioned. So that's why we say the problems started on the heart of the amalgamation. When amalgamation took place and then there were no steps to say this new baby, how do we then make sure that we give it enough feet to stand the ground? The second one was on the issue of the consultants that were being used on our financial statements, which is on what did we do after the poor performance and so forth. That contract was terminated, a new contract was established, and as a new contract was established, on the inception of that new contract, we made it clear that we are now working towards making our own financial statements in-house. As a result, we had then introduced a pillar to say how to make sure that there is skills transfer, and we have already advertised the EFS manager internal, so that by the time this contract ends, then we are sorted. On the municipal land question that was raised, that municipal land is being availed to councillors and there's a certain preference. The municipal land went on a competitive bid and the process has not started. It only closed. There's no evaluation that has taken place, and the process was open to everyone, and also objections. The process for objections was then availed to everyone to participate on it. So the question to say that the land has been disposed or given to certain preferences, it is rather not true. Then on the question of Mabuyaza that we have raised, Mabuyaza is being serviced. They are getting refuse removal. There is also water. As we speak, there is a project of 32 million that is happening currently and now in Mabuyaza. And when we even check on the PIP on the outer years, that whole area is also included in terms of the projects to come through. On consequence management, I think, honourable members, if you can check on the report we've submitted, we have made, I think it's a 2-page or a 1-page or 2 paragraphs, if I'm correct, that states all areas of consequence management that we have undertaken, and also include the departments where those particular officials are coming from, including, that's why you have an acting CFO now, which is the position is on interview stage, because it's as a result of a consequence management on that CFO that was there, same as the technical services director. That's why we have an acting and currently now on the interview stage because of that consequence management to those individuals that participated in terms of the other parts that we have reported to say we're not doing well as it relates to our operation. On the FRP, I think the accounting officer touched on it at the high level. On the FRP, as we all know that we're under administration, we have 4 pillars on the FRP. On governance, we have 55 pillars, activities, and we're on 76% completion rate. The second pillar is institutional transformation, and we're sitting at 27% completion rate. The third last is financial management, where we have 24 activities. We're sitting at 96% of completion rate. The last one, which is a service delivery, we have 45 activities, and we're sitting at 100% completion rate. And we are in constant communication with the NCR. We are in a constant communication with the War Room, with COGTA, and all other relevant stakeholders that assist us in implementation of the FRP. The last one, Honorable Chair, was the issue of the LLF that was raised, that was not sitting, and what we are doing about that. On the last sitting, there has been reconfiguration that has been done as it relates to deployment of councillors to these forums that we have, because some of them were overcommitted to find that they have many standing committees or many other forums that they sit in. So there has been a reconfiguration that has been done, and to issues that were there on the unions, they have also been resolved to an extent that we are ready to convene successful LLFs, as we have already commenced with that project on the previous one. Thank you, Chair.
Can you please give the acting CFO? I'm only going to give you just 3 minutes to...
Thank you, Chairperson. I was going to talk about the contract for Redguard and KEX and the replacement. And the reason why for the escalation for KEX is due to the annual increase on the, I think it's the security, I don't know the term, but there is an annual increase from the initial amount of award, but the annual increase, hence the escalation on the amount that is paid to KEX. And MM talked about the indigent register. Yes, we are doing the indigent register. The number is not satisfactory because it's below 5,000, but we have decided as a management that to also accept the walk-ins so that we can increase the numbers of the people who are registering the indigent, as it is affecting our debt book, because our debt book currently is bloated, and also assisting us in terms of doing it data cleansing. But as the challenge OMM has put that if we are going to receive 50 kilowatts of the electricity and you tempered, obviously you won't come forward for Nanzika indigent. We have talked about the utilities, we have talked about, I think we have touched based on all other things, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair, we have just forgot the issue of Amakos. I think if we cannot answer it, Chair, when these institutions were amalgamated, it has not affected Amakos. So all the areas that are led by Amakos are inside at Inokem Kichima, so there is no one who is in another municipality. So it was a very smooth transition into regard Amakos. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I'm now going to allow honorable members for follow-ups. However, there's a disturbing matter whereby I believe that we'll also need to look at, just want to make an example. If there's an open field that has gold and no one is doing anything to that gold, I then go there, mine this gold illegally and decide to feed the less fortunate people. Does that act make it a legal act because I fed the less fortunate people? I'm referring to the process whereby you bought a car that was beyond the scope of the speaker's package. And then you said you did that because you had to save for 2 years. And after saving for 2 years, then you went and bought that. I would also need clarity on the matter if I understand what you've said. or maybe I misunderstood your statement. I will now allow honorable members for follow-ups. You have 1 minute each. We need to conclude this discussion by 4:30.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just quickly, you did say that about 99 councillors are owing, if I understood that correctly.
No, officials.
Officials, was it 195 officials?
195 have signed.
Yes.
And 99 have not yet signed.
Okay, so I mean, it's quite a big institution in Okmujijima. I'm sure there's credit control policies which you enforce as the accounting officer of this institution. Can you tell me which councillors' electricity have you switched off to enforce credit control, and which officials' power you've switched off to, because they're owing in rates and taxes. So you have a credit control policy that says you need to do credit control. Just give me examples of one councillor and one official whose power you've cut to get them to pay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would request that the CFO submits in writing her understanding of the purchase of the car, as well as the speaker, so that we can be able to have a documented explanation in relation to that. But caution to speaker not to go outside and refer us to other municipalities that are buying expensive cars, because it's not us that are asking the question. We saw it in the media, but of course we have documents in relation to that. Can we be able to get and compare it with the record of this meeting? Then secondly, the decision that has been taken in relation to the report of the public protector, one would check if the municipal leadership is aware of the case law in relation to the remedial action of the public protector, and explain to us if there is any safety valve that they have couched for the taxpayer, to say whatever route we go, if we fall, we are going to pay out of our own pockets. Thank you.
Angibuza ngesintu wabuza ezilalini lapho ukuthi ilwane zasendle lezi bathi ninazo yini namaphepha okuba nazo ngokusemthethweni nawo yini na?
Thank you, Chair. I asked also the question of the economic generation of this newly formed municipality. Do you have an economic generator? If two were not doing well, municipalities, you are now amalgamated. The understanding is that your amalgamation must make you better, but still the economic base. What is the economic base? I heard that people are relying on social grant mostly. Is it still the same situation even after amalgamation? But two, who was supposed to then, second the resources of amalgamation so that you are able to get kick-started now that you are a new entity? Is it COGTA or is it Treasury? So as to measure the impact of you not getting what was due to you, because it's like you're being set up for failure if you don't get what you're supposed to get. I need to know who. Is it government?
It causes unrest in the communities.
On taking the matter of Lesserton on review, and you went to Bisho Court, set it aside. How much did you then incur with legal costs going to have this matter set aside? Do MPEX and your standing committees correct? I'm specifically asking that because I've got reports that most of your standing committees and MPEX, they don't correct meanings that meetings sometimes can't go ahead. Investigations happen, but yet no meetings corrected, yet investigation outcomes or matters are being addressed in council. And then lastly, I didn't get a response on the utility repayment, that they pay back the money that was due to the council.
Thank you. I think I need to make clarity on the first issue of the vehicle. The vehicle we're talking about is an X1 BMW, which is within the range of cars that should be bought for these offices. The market value is what is in question. It is above what is entailed or prescribed. 750,000 acre of that amount is outside or lesser than the range that you should be purchasing for the mayor's vehicle. The alluding of the 2 years that he utilized his own personal vehicle was to allude that during that 2 years, as the administration was looking to purchase a car within the range, could not find a car in the range that they should buy that fits the 750,000 rand. But the X1 is within the range.
Just a little bit.
Is it X3 here? It's an X1 white BMW. X1 flat white BMW.
You're stopping me from talking.
Sorry.
I've asked you to stop. We just want to clear something with you.
Okay.
Are you talking about a council resolution? Are you talking about a council policy?
No, it's a resolution that we took. Council resolution that we took.
It's based on what?
In purchasing that car. The previous mayor's vehicle, if you just allow me so that you can find logic, the previous mayor's vehicle was a Ford 2.8. At that time it was purchased in 2017, it was 596. When we attempted to purchase the same vehicle in 20... Sorry?
Sorry, what's your name, ma'am? What's your name?
Councillor Ngabisa.
Councillor?
Ngabisa.
Ngabisa. Okay. Just.
The speaker, yes.
Now, take a deep breath, okay? Take a deep breath. We're just asking, you must take us step by step. Now, we're asking you, was this a council resolution or is this a council policy? The question we're trying to get is, where have you got the record of what the mayor accumulated? How do you accumulate something that you didn't receive? Just explain.
I'm not sure on what he accumulated because he never invoiced us for anything over the 2 years.
You took the invoices.
I'm saying I'm not sure the accumulation you're speaking of because he never invoiced us for anything on his wear and tear or his diesel consumption.
So the fact that he's entitled to the amount is word of mouth.
I'm not sure if you got me, hence the question is not within my answer.
Like that. I'm listening here. I'm trying to clarify. Just clarify. Don't argue back, okay?
I'm trying to clarify.
Just wait. Let's take it one step at a time. What we're trying to get, what you have said we've never had, okay? We're just trying to understand. You are saying the mayor was entitled to a certain amount. The mayor was entitled to a certain amount of money which he didn't utilize for the 2 years. And on that basis, you then felt that it's due to him. On that basis, you therefore counted it into the purchase of the vehicle. Just clarify that.
Thank you. Hence, I'm saying you did not hear me at all. they're alluding to him utilizing his personal. Can I give clarity?
Listen, you are not in charge of this meeting, okay? You just settle down. Just settle down. If you're explaining something we don't understand, we will not understand. Okay? Let's get back now. Your explanation, let's start from the start. You say the mayor did not utilize his own funds for a particular period, which he should have been claiming from the municipality. Just explain that. What are you saying?
During the period, the 2-year period, he was utilizing his own personal vehicle because we had not purchased a vehicle for his office. Under normal circumstances, he should have claimed for his wear and tear and diesel consumption, but he did not. But that is not a contributing factor to purchasing a vehicle that is above the 750. The reason for buying a vehicle above the 750,000 is because the amount that is 750 falls less on the car that we should be purchasing for him. I made an example to say the previous mayor's vehicle was a Fortuner. We attempted to buy the same car, same range, same model. In that year, its market value was 900 and it was above 750.
Okay, just hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. So what is the relevance of the using his own amount for the 2 years? What is the relevance of that if it wasn't calculated in?
We were alluding that we couldn't purchase for him for 2 years and he used his own personal vehicle. It was an alluding that we saved for the municipality for a period of 2 years. He did not claim wear and tear, he did not claim petrol or diesel, nor is it a reason to substantiate purchasing a car above 750.
Okay,
but it was an alluding.
Let's get back then.
Yes.
So you say you should have paid him for 2 years, and he should have claimed for the 2 years, and he did not.
Yes,
sorry. Yeah. Now, I'm asking the question, if he did not claim, what record do we have that he actually was entitled to that amount? That is what I was trying to get from you.
It is not the amount, it is him utilizing his vehicle. Naturally, when you utilize your personal vehicle, as a policy of the municipality, you claim back your kilometers, you claim back your wear and tear, you claim back the distance. And that is in the policy, and he didn't.
Right.
But that is not a contributing factor.
Just come back there. You see, now, so he didn't. So why is that issue relevant if he didn't claim that money? Why? Just to give us the relevance of that.
Hence, I said it had no bearing. What I alluded to had no bearing. Yeah.
Why is that issue relevant if he didn't claim that money? Why? Just to give us the relevance of that.
Hence, I said it had no bearing. What I alluded to had no bearing. Yeah. The X1 is that there is no car within the range we should be purchasing that is for that amount. The same Fortuner we should have bought was at 900. That was in alluding that for 2 years he was using his own car because we were still shopping around.
So why is it relevant? Why is that relevant?
It is relevant because the amount. It is relevant.
No, you don't do it that way. Okay. I just reminded you, you are not a speaker in charge. You are not running this meeting. No, you don't do it that way. Okay? I just reminded you, you are not a speaker in charge. You are not running this meeting. Behave like that. Okay? Because it's very rude, to be honest. Okay? And you can't sit here and be rude to us. Okay? You gave us information, we're trying to clarify, now you want to fight back. And that I'm saying is not right. I'm just asking you the question, if it is not relevant, why were you telling us that? If it was not relevant in the calculation, why did you tell us?
I had to allude to it because it is not calculated, the 2 years of
no, but is it relevant?
Not using, of saving municipal money.
No.
It is not alluded. What is alluded is the amount that exceeds what is the
That's the point I'm making to you. The fact that he didn't use the money for 2 years, and you say he was entitled to that, I'm saying to you, take that matter out and then explain the issue of the car. But take that matter out, because you see, you can't say to
you. Before we close the matter, by law, how much are you allowed to spend on the car?
750 for the mayor's vehicle.
750.
Yes.
How much did you spend for the current one that he's using? How much is the difference?
It's 400 plus, give or take.
Then
there's no car within the range it should be bought that is in that amount of 750. That amount has been sitting there for more than 10 years. It has not been reviewed. It is not market related. As I tried to explain, the same Fortuner that we bought, the same Fortuner when we tried to purchase the same Fortuner, which was 600, now was 900. So no car you can get at 750 that is befitted to be driven by the mayor.
So logically, what you are saying to us is that for the past 2 years, where the mayor was not utilizing the municipal car, there was an estimate somewhere, somehow, that he could have used 400,000. Utilizing the municipal car, there was an estimate somewhere, somehow, that he could have used 400,000. Save the money for that process so that you can buy this car. So is that statement of yours that you said the mayor did not utilize the car still relevant to this or not?
But you requested me to withdraw it, so I can't.
No, we were saying we withdraw because you said to us it was irrelevant.
We were drawing the attention to that consumption that could be equivalent to the 2 years and the difference.
But hence the chair was asking you that.
And the lack of malicious intent, by the way. You can shop around in all car dealers. You look at the range that you should purchase. You will not find a car of 750. You go to the next municipality. You go to the next province.
How much are you entitled to?
750,000 rand.
In the whole of South Africa, there's no such a car. That costs
within the range, not unless you want to buy a Polo Vivo or a Ford. Yeah.
No.
That one,
the cars that are driven all around are Fortuners, and all Fortuners in this market are above. They are sitting at 900 plus.
Yeah,
so all municipalities are buying 900 plus cars.
Yeah, we're not talking about all municipalities. All I'm saying is that ministers and deputy ministers and the MECs have their price range of purchasing a car. And the moment the MEC decides that he will not drive BM 3 Series, but rather drive 7 Series because it's more comfortable or what is convenient, then it's a violation of the law. So you decided that you are going to overspend with 400,000 for the vehicle of the mayor. And then you want to justify that for the fact that he decided not to use the state car for 2 years. That's what you are saying to us. It's like when you are saying, I will adhere to this law, but because of the current material conditions, therefore, I will have to use this one so that it can cater for my needs. That's what you are saying.
No, that's not. I'm saying all municipalities within my province are driving Ford Fortuners at a range of 900.
Does that mean that if someone is stealing is all for all of us, it's good for all of us? That's what you are saying. You are justifying the wrong thing because other people are doing it. So it's like justifying corruption to say corruption is good because there are those who are being arrested for corruption.
But it can't be corruption in this instance.
Chairperson, can
just a moment.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, you know, Councillor Mabisa, don't be rude to us. You don't shout back like that. Okay? Well, no, you don't shout back like that. You are here to account. You are not here to come and argue back with us. Okay? Now, if we have an issue that we are raising, okay, you have to apologize. Please give her a mic to apologize.
I withdraw the statements. Apologies.
Now, Chairperson, we can take the members on, but at the end, I think the matter needs to...
Members, we're on follow-ups.
Yeah.
Are we, the chair has closed the matter. The councillor has withdrawn, so let us not track it. As long as we understand each other that, we are going to the follow-ups. All I'm saying is that I will request that when we are in the sitting, the decorum of the House must always be taken into consideration. We might not be in Parliament building, but this is a sitting of Parliament and the rules of Parliament do apply in this city. So as and when we engage on matters, we should also take into consideration that we are here with the rules of Parliament, and what is even worse, we are live. So can we please respect one another and be accountable? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't think the she might have forgotten, but the thing that I wanted to lay emphasis on is that a municipality has a credit control policy. If someone doesn't pay for their rates and taxes, a measure for that to get your rates and taxes, you go and cut their electricity, right? To force them to come to the municipality, to come into some or other agreement with the municipality, and for them to pay a fine and switch on the electricity to go forward. That's a credit control policy. The municipality has a credit control policy. I'm asking if they can give examples of a councillor or an official that they've actually enforced this credit control policy in order for them to pay, because it's nearly 200 officials that's earning a very good salary, both the councillor and official, that's not paying for services. Thank you.
Thank you. Municipality, can you please respond to the follow-ups of the honourable members?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I would want to clarify with the members that the vehicle exceeds the amount that is legislated, and unauthorized expenditure has been declared, and that is going to be dealt with that. I would like to put that information before the committee. When it comes to the issue of the credit control policy, as I had clarified initially, it rests upon electricity, and with the high illegal connections that affects. Yes, sorry. That affects the full implementation of the credit control policy. Now let's come to the names of the councillors and officials. I would like us to provide you maybe with the 6 months list of all our disconnections, because we do that through our credit control. When we deal with that, we do not look into if it is an official or it's a councillor, because the list is generated from a revenue side and it's given to revenue protection, which then resides within technical services to go and implement disconnection. So we will provide the committee members with the lists that we issue out and disconnections that have been made. I think that is what we're going to do. Then on the economic base of Inokim Gijima, as much as we're not yielding any best results, we currently dependent on agriculture and also manufacturing and tourism. We have a collaboration with CHDA to try and ensure the functionality of the Queendustria, which is an industrial part of Queenstown, to ensure that there is effective and efficiency in terms of running that industrial park, and we are able then to improve the economy of Queenstown. Again, with the support of EXEC, the municipality has then developed an investment booklet. We have also included it in the package for the honourable members. We have included it, which seeks to then sell the municipality to the world and highlighting key focus areas for investment. So in terms of our reliance, it is still, even after amalgamation, our population is relying on grants, hence all these strides in trying to improve the economy. But that is attached also to the infrastructure and sustainability of electricity. We have included, I cannot go through them, the projects that we currently have that seeks also to stabilize electricity, more especially to the businesses, so that we are able to attract more investment, because those go hand in hand in terms of infrastructure and basic services, and also attracting investment. So that is where we are.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the biological assets, yes, we do have, and we have all the papers as it relates to the ownership. We will include them on the package that is to be sent, and they are also forming part of even the asset register. So we will avail such documentation. And then on the question of the ward committees and ward councillors, primarily the causal factor for that, it's when you have a ward councillor that is not consistent in terms of calling the meetings of ward committees, and also having a consequence of when ward committee members do not attend to those meetings, because the policy is clear that when you have a ward committee that is no longer coming to meetings, that is no longer participating within the programs of the ward, you then report that through the Speaker's office, and then ultimately there's consequence management that is being done, and there's a process as well on replacing a ward committee member that then unfolds. So that is primarily the causal factor of that gap between the ward councillor and the ward committees. And with the workshops from the Speaker's office that had been held, that continuously convene on quarterly basis, they then try to make sure that they workshop the ward committees and the ward councillors as to those policy matters to avoid that. The question of the MPEC as not sitting or sitting without quorum, that information is not correct, Honourable Member, and we'll make sure that we're not sure in terms of who submitted that, but on the package, it will be clear the attendance register of the sittings of MPEC and the reports thereof. But I can confirm that MPEC does convene, and meetings of MPEC, they do correct. On the question of the cost on the PP report or appeal. Now, on this question, I would love, Honourable Member, that we look at it. I think there's a point, maybe basically, that we are missing a bit on the PP being a report being taken for reviewal. There are two instances there. It's not being taken for reviewal on the basis of two members that had been mentioned, as it was indicated earlier on this session. It's being taken for review in the sense that when the municipality received the report, the council received the report with all the remedial actions and the steps that they'd taken as they were contained in the report. There are a number of areas, even including municipal officials, that had participated on the process of the Legislature Stadium that you would not find on the report. Key people that would have then, if called on the investigation process, would have shed light and assist at the municipality or the process in terms of the investigation, which is completely silent in the report as it relates to that. And then the question of other officials, it's them who went outside the municipality, who went for an appeal based on their own specific reasons that the municipality is not a part of. And we don't even know in terms of what are the contents and so forth, because they've challenged the PP report on their own individual capacity. And then the municipality said, which is in the form of council, said, resolved to say, because by the time it was convening, the submission of these individuals were already submitted to council, and then council went further to say, because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, when we talk of remedial actions, if, for instance, Appium Kangelo is mentioned to have been part of the chairperson of the bid adjudication committee, whilst Appium Kangela was a junior manager, was not even part of an adjudication, was not even part of the eliciting system. Some of them were not even present during that time. If then the PP report says, municipality, go charge Appium Kangelo, whilst the municipality is aware that Appium Kangela was not part or was not even present in this process, then it tells you that we would also incur costs, because once we do that, only on the basis that we have a report that is instructing us to do it, once we have that knowledge, then it also raises financial complications as it relates to that process. So that is what I think even accounting officer, when we even submit the package, will submit all these things that we're talking about, even on what it informed the legal advice as it relates to the review, on what are the intent and so forth. We put it on the package so that honorable members can also see as it relates to where is the council coming from as it relates to the review of the PP report. Yes, I think I've covered what's coming with that.
Thank you very much. I
Can
think
you
one
please
thing
wrap
on
up in
okay,
3
one thing
minutes?
on what Mr. Mkangelo was saying, also for the committee to know, is that to protect the taxpayers' money, we are seeking to determine the loss in that particular stadium. As administration, we have written to COGTA to support us in terms of the engineers, so that when it is concluded, we are able to determine how much has been lost within the stadium. If then we are also catering to look into the budget adjustment if we do not find help within government, so that we can at least determine the cost lost, because that has not been done. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. I think
as you wrap up,
as I wrap up, Chair, I want to deal just with two issues. Inokim Kichima is the economic hub of Kresan. There are very serious investments that are done in that particular municipality. If you go there, you'll find Craigleaf, which have employed a number of people that are coming from the surrounding area. There is a program that we have started with Department of Agriculture of fertilizer blending, pack house, and we have agreed with Isuzu that there are some parts that they are going to produce in that side of the town. So I wanted just to come closer to you. Twiza is there. I can name a number of investments that are done there. Just lastly, Chair, I want to deal with this issue of lecithin, so that all of us, when we come out of this meeting, we can be in the same page. When this project was started, we were under Section 139, subsection B, and also we were under cost reimbursement. What does that say? It says whatever invoice that we are going to pay as an institution, the money is not with us, is at treasurer at a national level. MISA, COGTA, treasurer, and municipality. Whenever there is a invoice, they will come and verify the authenticity of the invoice. It will be approved at a national level. Then only the money that is approved by provincial COGTA, by provincial treasurer, by MISA, that will be transferred to the institution. So when this report was brought to us as an institution, we looked at many aspects that here in this report, we accepted the report, here in this report, there is no MISA, who was also the role player in the process. There is no officials from COGTA, there are no officials from Treasury. over and above that, there were officials of the institution that when we looked at the report, that were not cited. Because we wanted, as an institution, for this program to be done thoroughly. All the role players in the project must be brought into books. Hence, we've taken the matter for the reviewer, so that everyone who is part of the program can be taken into account. So I'm trying to say, Honorable Chairperson, us as an institution, we picked up, there are also those that were not even in the institution that were cited in the report. How do we then deal with the report that have remedial action? The only way that you can deal with it, you put it on judicial review. It is within the laws. The reason why we went to court, we seek justice. But court, you are not fighting. You go to court so that you can get justice. Justice for everyone, because in the process, we have highlighted that the institution, which is Inokim Kichima, when all these particular investigations were done, we were put aside as an institution. Our side in the report was not listened. Therefore, what do you do? Because over and above that, these workers are our workers. These institutions, because we are in cooperative government. Now, when you are having such a kind of challenges, as a caring government, what you must do, you must seek for justice. Well, that's why we went for this review, so that the institution, urhulumente waseMzantsi Afrika, abantu base-Enoch Mgijima, abantu base-Lessenthini, bafumane ubulungisa kule process, so that the project that must be given back to the community, it can be the project that those communities can own it. So akukho umuntu ubaleka nesijunqu sentambo. Sibaleka inaso isijunqu sentambo, koko sicela nje kubekho
happened in the Lessenthini Stadium. Indeed, what is correct is that there was an administrator in Enoch Mgijima. It's a fact. COGTA deployed an administrator in the municipality. Then the administrator did the investigation. Out of that investigation, there was a forensic that came out of that process, which then outlined which officials have participated in that process. Whether they were in the bid adjudication, evaluation, or whatever bid committee was there. Then that report of the forensic investigation, we went back to the municipality to say, here are the affected individuals out of a process that was done by this COGTA official. So that's the accurate information that the committee must come out having. So the public protector follows thereafter because of some individual who has complained about Lessenthini Stadium. So the public protector investigates and comes up with a report
which report then identifies various government institutions. Myself from COGTA, the mayor of Krisani, the mayor of Inokmgijima, and the Hawks, and MECs from other provinces, where the officials that came out of that report were working, because the public protector did an extensive investigation to identify where those officials who participated in that process were currently. And then I was given a participated in that process where currently. And then I was given a report within 30 days of that report. Then I did my part in terms of writing to them to say, implement the report. Now, the Inokmgijima municipality then, out of its own, went to court to interdict the public protector and ourselves from enforcing them to implement the report. So, from enforcing them to implement the report. So, say, you must take action against this and that official whom the public protector identifies as having had a role. We had to write to the Western Cape because they are having had a role. We had to write to the Western Cape because they are So I'm saying that's our role, that's where our role ends, Chair, that we've been interdicted from further engaging with that report. So it would be then impossible for us to further act because it is our official who started the investigation. So I think I have clarified our role as COGTA in this whole issue. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Chair.
I think, honorable members, there's a lot more that requires our attention on the matter, because it's shifting from a query that relates to problems of protector report is acceptable or not. We wouldn't get involved with individuals who are taking the matter to court as individuals. What becomes a quandary for us is a situation where a municipality will take both the public protector to court on a review and the MEC on an interdict. Now, I must say, Mayor, that's a rather difficult one to understand. What we've tried to do here is to use the provisions of intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance, which means there has to be a way of dealing with issues without having to go to court and take each other to court. But if the MEC is blocked by an interdict from acting. At the same time, you have issues of a municipality that is said by the public protector to have lost certain resources. That same council is the one that wants to challenge a ruling that encourages the recovery of those resources. It makes it very tricky. We don't quite understand how we land in that kind of situation. So we came in for a lot of issues, not just the one. But the first question that was raised by the Auditor-General is the issue of the Legislature sports facility. And we have a problem with that kind of situation. You might argue you have a right, but I think we need a slightly different approach, because for us, we have to understand the basis on which, you see, what I'm listening to, and I'm listening to you, you are saying MISA was involved and doesn't appear, COGTA was involved, does not appear, although you didn't allude to the fact that there was an earlier process that the MEC says eliminated a lot of players and focused the attention. We raised this matter before on the previous municipality, and we ultimately had to agree that the may well have a right to challenge the matter so far as it affects him, but the mayor must give us a legal opinion that made him decide he can take a decision to ignore the remaining issue. What it's going to mean is that whoever participated in this decision, if you win and the public protector comes back and says, sorry, the court says throw away the public protector's report, that would be different. That means you don't have to go and claim all these officials that were asked. But if it doesn't favor you, we now have to actually get the doesn't favor you, we now have to actually get the Yes. Now, you confused me when you start commenting, because your comments are saying you want to go into another exercise to see how much you've lost.
Yes. That has not been determined, Honorable Member.
No, I'm not asking for a response. I'm just saying to you, the way you put it, somehow it's difficult for me to understand that what you are saying could not have been covered by the earlier investigations. So the issue now, I don't know, I think we should ask you, MEC, to consult the minister, the premier, and get a legal advice on how you deal with the matter, so that at the end of it, we are able to say what is the right action to be taken. Obviously, if you have been taken on an interdict, you're going to have to go and argue this matter in court. If you're not stopped by an interdict, you can't argue why you have not acted. If there's a court interdict, you're going to have to argue in court. And if you are being taken to court by your own municipality, then you need to then make sure that your premier and the minister understand this is where you are, because by right we shouldn't be there. But if you're going to be there, then you need everyone to be there and be part of it. So we would want to suggest that you actually need to have a consultation with the Premier and the Minister and get a legal opinion that's going to have to guide what should be done in the municipality. But we're picking this thing up from bits and pieces. What you're telling us is not what the Mayor told us. And what the Mayor told us is not what you are telling us. So obviously there will be something in between. I think we need to have a legal footing on which to actually handle this matter. So I would suggest Premier, Minister, and let's get a proper team that's going to stand on the matter and then guide us as we move forward. If it means all of you are going to be this side, it's going to be Inokum-Kijima municipality versus yourself and the Premier and the MEC and the Minister on the basis of this particular stadium where there's a question of irregularities. It's a pretty interesting case, but it's actually not necessary to go the route. But now that you are there, you need to then take that approach. I think we must hold it there and not take the matter further in terms of the discussion. You've raised your point, that's how you approach it, that's fine. You've raised your point, that's how you're approaching it, that's fine. From where we sit, this is the advice we're going to give you. I think we should just close the rest of the matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On our engagement, there were some matters that we believe that they will need follow-up. And on the side of municipality, we need you to prepare the following, and it must be submitted to the Portfolio Committee of COGTA in the province. They will then submit it to us. On the AG's report, it speaks about lack of internal control on the side of the accounting officer. Mayor, and it also speaks about monitoring and support on the side of the MEC. So we'll then request the municipality that you draw up a consequence management strategy and you give us progress report in terms of that strategy. And on that consequence management, we need you to put the internal control capacity. And on that consequence management, we need you to put the internal control capacity gated by MPEC. So it should be part of that consequence management. And we also need you to have a post-audit action plan so that you address all the irregularities that have been identified by AG. And there's also issue of the overusage of consultant, which you also need to look at because it's a challenge. We also noted a challenge of electricity losses. We need a strategy on how to prevent such. And on your revenue collection, we need you to draft a realistic revenue enhancement strategy and also credit control strategy. On your revenue enhancement strategy, we also need it to be accompanied by a report on how much is owed by your councillor and officials in the municipality, and if there's that situation, how are you going to work towards that? And we also need a report on this matter of the public protector for both sides. In your side as municipality, if you have a legal opinion regarding the matter on the action that you have taken, you can send it to us. And lastly, Chair, we'll also need you, the MEC, we are giving you 14 days to investigate the matter of the vehicle. And if there's any possibility of breaching the law, we need you to report the matter to public protector and relevant law enforcement. And even on our side as Parliament, we are going to report this matter to SCOPA, and we'll also use the today's slip as a reference to what we are talking about. So even in your case, we want that, including the AG, the issue of the vehicle should also be part of your extended powers, as you know. And should there be anything that is illegal there, certificate of debt must be issued urgently,
and those who are responsible for that must pay those funds personally, so not the municipality. So we are also giving you AG 3 months to the relevant entity. So we want that report within 3 months. If there's any public funds that has been utilized incorrectly, certificate of debt must be issued to those who are involved. And if you need this slip, we will provide it to you as Parliament. Thank you so much to the municipality for your participation in the meeting. So we'll be expecting those reports and strategies within the period of 3 months. They must be submitted to the provincial COGTA. Our meeting with you has ended. Session has been concluded. Thank you. Colleagues, can we please start with our meeting? Greetings, colleagues. Can we please get seated? Greetings, colleagues. My name is Dikeledi Direko, and I am going to be facilitating the session with you. And we are a joint portfolio committee of Parliament. It's a composition of 2 committees, which is the COGTA and Standing Committee on AG in Parliament. We are with our colleagues from the province, who are from the portfolio committee of COGTA and SCOPA. We are going to engage with you for 1 hour, and we need you to be specific when we deal with our engagement. We need you to be direct in terms of responding. Don't over-elaborate on matters, because we need as much as possible when it comes to the information regarding your municipalities. So our main objective on this oversight is to promote accountability, consequence management, and ensure that there is good governance. To promote accountability, consequence management, and ensure that there is good governance. Where the report, I will ask Shireen. So
where we met with the AG and she raised some serious concern regarding the finances of the municipalities. And as a result of that, we are here conducting this oversight visit to seek clarity on issues that were raised by AG and also to ensure that there's accountability. So the rules that are applying here is the rules of Parliament. We may not be in Parliament sitting, but this is the sitting of Parliament, so the rules of Parliament apply. We need to treat each other with respect, and we need to be honest when we respond to the questions and when we give information. And any information that may be misleading, should it be needed in future for any other government activities, it can either be law enforcement, it can either be another House of Parliament, that information is going to be shared. And this sitting is also live on YouTube and also in Parliament TV. So I was just letting you know for noting. So what is going to happen is that we are not going to introduce ourselves here. As and when we engage, we'll then introduce ourselves as members. The leader of delegation is on. What is going to happen is that we are not going to introduce ourselves here. As and when we engage, we'll then introduce ourselves as members. The leader of delegation is on. Matters that were sent to you individually as municipality. So you just focus on these issues. If there's an issue of material irregularity, there's an issue of consequence management, fruitless expenditures and all those things, you just highlight all those things and respond. And after that, we'll then start to engage with honorable members. So your time is starting, and as and when you are about to finish your minutes, I will then tell you that you are left with this number of time. Not to be rude, but we have to manage time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, to the honourable members from SCOPA from both national and provincial, to the MEC COGTA, Honourable Williams of the Eastern Cape. Let me introduce myself. My name is Councillor Vanya Davids. I'm the Mayor of Walter Sisulu Local Municipality, and the team that I am with today, on my far right, is Honourable Nalisile Mateta, who is the Speaker of Walter Sisulu Local Municipality. Next to him, we've got Mr. Kaya Gashi, who's the Municipal Manager of the municipality, and the lady next to me is Ms. Tembisa Sikolo, who is the CFO. Honourable Chairperson, I think I won't really prelude long, but I must indicate that Walter Sisulu is an amalgamated municipality that comprises also good stories to tell, because it's part of the achievements we manage. Also good stories to tell, because it's part of the achievements we manage. MPEC is fully functional and is also being capacitated, and also service delivery, Chair, where we were at a 56%. Mr. Kaya Gashi, enabling him to take us through the report, and giving over to him, Chair, this leadership that has both got is that we will be seeing challenges are there, but there are ways and mechanisms that we're working around with and with various spheres of government in assisting us making Water Sisulu viable and consumable and providing adequate services to our community. So I then will be handing over to Mr. Kayakashi.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, and greetings to your chair and to the entire team. The report has been shared, and we will just speak to some points on the report. The amalgamation issue, yes, we've started the report with it been shared, and we will just speak to some points on the report. The amalgamation issue, yes, we've started the report with it, and we will just speak to some points on the report. The amalgamation issue, yes, we've started the report with it borne by an incompleted amalgamation process that did not address the substantive amalgamation issues. And we're saying that maybe it could be a lesson for future amalgamations to be processed. Within the system when we do amalgamate municipalities. I think on the governance, again, a lot has been said there, and the Honourable Mayor has spoken about MPEC and of the MFNA. And in the report, we do provide a context of what causes unauthorized expenditure. And we're saying that any magnitude that we're having for ESCOM, it's likely to then cause you to incur fraudulent and wasteful expenditure. This is it's likely to then cause you to incur fraudulent and wasteful expenditure. This is it's likely to then cause you to incur fraudulent and wasteful expenditure. This is really been anyone on it. And the irregular issues, I think we've made a detailed analysis of what has been happening with our SCM unit, which is again a problem that you can directly link to the amalgamation process. The Honourable Mayor has spoken to the audit outcomes. We're saying that there is a discernible improvement between the qualification, almost double the size of the budget. Our budget is about 400 and something million, and that debt is sitting at about 800 million. And the root cause of the spiral of the ESCOM debt is the municipality's inability to master a credible collection level over a number of years, making the payment of the ESCOM debt relegated to the lower ranks of the priorities of payments that had to be made. And paragraph 3.2 have outlined the various interventions which we believe that once they mature, the municipality will be in a position to adopt a funded budget. We believe that a funded budget is now closer than the horizon. The percentage of salary and wage bill, which is almost a problem in most municipalities, but with us, it's very, very healthy. And again, you can see it in the report because it's at around 30%, with the norm being at 40%. And we're saying that even if some of the establishment issues, the amalgamation issues, are addressed, like evaluating your jobs, which might trigger an increase in salaries or an upward mobility of some staff. We do not expect that it will breach that ceiling. That would do ESCOM, as I've indicated, is about 809 million rand, but of that 809 million rand, 537 is ring-fenced in terms of the debt relief program. And post our admission into the debt relief program by National Treasury, we have then incurred additional areas. And out of those areas, from about March 2023 to January 2024, the areas were 85 million. Those are subjected to a payment plan with ESCOM, which was servicing monthly at about 2.5 million. Then from January 2024 up to current, again, we've got another 200 million, just above 200 million, we must still negotiate a payment plan, but that payment plan has got to be linked to our ability to meet the current ESCOM monthly payments. And all of these, when they coalesce together, they are going to land us in a space where we can then propose a funded budget, because the funded budget is going to be dependent on us being able to meet the monthly ESCOM bills, but also being able to service the areas. And it will also, we still are failing to meet some of the conditions that were attached to that plan. And again, if you look at the revenue collection, we've presented a table that shows an upward trajectory that as of June 2025, we're sitting at about 84%, and we're moving from about 43% in the around about 2020, 2021. So you can see that there's been an upward movement on that. Service delivery, I think we've captured certain things in the report, but there's something that's important that is not in the report that I would like to quickly speak to. There's a sports field in Beggersdorp that was tendered out in October 2017 at a construction cost of 8.5 million. Now, with changes in the in municipal management, in particular the position of municipal manager, which was saying that over the period up to April 2022, there were 5 accounting officers. And then in the position of CFO, the changes that occurred there, and in the position of director infrastructure, those changes, all of those meant that the contract and project management of that project was affected. And by June 2022, the cost incurred on that project has escalated to about 15 million rand. Importantly, all the service providers, both the engineer and the contractor, had abandoned the project due to some disagreements with the municipal management. In November 2022, the Honorable MP, Marina van Zyl, registered a criminal case for possible fraud and corruption with the DPCI. That investigation is still underway. And in January 2023, the project was resuscitated as the engineer was invited on to site. The issues of disagreements with the municipality pertaining to the non-payment of their claim was resolved. The engineer was then asked to scope the remaining works and cost them. And what is important to note again is that during the hiatus by these service providers, a number of avoidable misfortunes occurred, and these include the vandalism of the infrastructure and pilfering of items, as well as the commissioning of subcontractors who perform substandard work. The engineer's estimate of the scope remaining from the original award, plus the restoration of the vandalization, the vandalized works and stolen items, as well as the restart of the substandard works, was around 6 million rand. Council approved the variation order. The contractor resumed works. The contractor was terminated in September 2024 due to substandard work for which the municipality refused to pay. Through their lawyers, the contractor has issued a letter of demand, and when it matures to summons, then the legal action will be defended. The outstanding works to finish off the stadium is reconstruction of the athletic track that was poorly constructed, and the soccer and rugby pitch, then the sports field, floodlights, and irrigation system. The Department of Sports, we have prepared a business plan and submitted to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, who has committed funding of about 10 million rand, subject to the municipality counter-funding by an additional 5 million rand. So we believe that this project, once the funding has been made available, it should then be able to proceed. So without really going through the entire report, I just thought, Honorable Mayor, that let me just speak to these important issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MM. We will hand it back to yourself, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
That is very progressive. Since we've started this engagement, you are the first municipality to be within time. So now it shows when they say the future is young people and the future is now. So I will now allow the honorable members to ask questions. We'll start from Honorable Tetwa and Honorable Van Zyl. She will be the last person because she will be the last person to speak because it's a municipality.
Okay, thanks, Chair. It's Welcome Teacher from COGTA Portfolio Committee. Walter Sisulu, is it where Stark Sprite is? Is it part of that?
No.
It's not part of that. But how far are you from Stark Sprite?
We are about 50 to 60 kilometers, but that is another municipality, Tsinku. Walter Sisulu comprises of James Kalata, Malitswai, Burgersdorp, Steinsburg, Venterstad, and then we're also servicing Overston.
Okay. But I think you're not far, because I wanted to give a description of what I found there. I know that Amahlubi in Stark Sprite, I think I found them, they are there. So the interface, probably it would be always similar, even if in terms of that population, I think from Stark Sprite is on a border, if I remember, when I visited in June, border Orange River, Lesotho, and Free State, and then Eastern Cape. But I think you are further into that. But my question was really the issue of Amakosi, of which Amahlubi, I think, will be moving from Stark Sprite towards your direction. I know that they were complaining about their recognition by the province, which is an issue, and they are recording 100% initiation on that side of Eastern Cape. They don't have issues. So my interest will emanate from there, but I'm also interested to the demographics in terms of racial classification, because that will tell me what type of development that we need there. That will include even housing, settlement, human settlement, what is the state of human settlement, and then the economic base of that area, because Stark Sprite, the way I saw it, is this dry and very rocky, and I couldn't imagine what is the economic generation there, because that side of Free State is also more rural, and then as you cross over to Eastern Cape, it's also almost similar, the composition of that area. So it would be interesting for me. And don't you have cross-border issues? Your stock theft and inter-tribal wars, Basutus, the Xhosas in that area, the stability, because I think you are in that region. But yeah, if you can take me, there's a story of a BMW. What is the issue? But if you do know anything about that, you can actually raise it up. You can just give us if there's anything that you know. But I'm fine, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. A qualified audit opinion with findings is not improving. You are targeting a clean audit, right? So my input would be, until you get that clean audit, then you can say you have improved. Because decreasing findings or decreasing paragraphs is not necessarily improving. Because the mandate is not to try and duck around issues, it is to provide service. So push even further than this. You are using a consultant in 2023, 2024, but your PPE is incorrect. That's not value for money. If they can't get the thing correct and you spend almost 7 million for asset management and preparation, then my question is, are you able to pick this thing up before you send financials to AG? Because you're supposed to be reviewing the financials and also certain or appraise yourself that they are correct before you send them to AG. Because AG, when he picks up material misstatements, then it speaks to value for money. Then why are you paying a consultant if we are paying a consultant that's going to send financials with errors? because that's where the problem starts, the credibility of the financial statements. That's where first issues start with AG. Also, it speaks to the non-functionality of the audit committee, because the audit committee is supposed to provide oversight, supposed to also assist with reviewing your financial statements before they land in the hands of AG. So by the time they land in the hands of AG, they must have been reviewed by CFO, also the audit committee. They must have had a look at it before you can say you can send them to AG. Immediately you send them to AG, material issues that were similar to material issues from last year, already they are taking a stance on those financials. Already, there's going to be issues. And it's material issues because it's PPE. You are overstating your PPE. So that's a qualification. You have a going concern issues. If you are not sorting out the going concern issue, you are still going to sit with the qualification. You have, unfunded budgets. Correct that. Debt collection, you take around 150 something days for collecting your debt. Free payments to your creditors, you're incurring interest if you are paying late. That is UIFWE. If you have a functional impact, as you say you have a functional impact, some of the things would have been avoided, because the intention of a functional impact is also to assist that you don't fall into certain traps, not only to investigate after problems have occurred, is to also assist. It works hand in hand with internal audit. If you have proper internal audit controls, therefore you will avoid certain things. Your daily controls, your monthly controls, that should come from to you, Mayor. They should make you pick up issues during the financial year and correct them there and then. Because to wait for a consultant at the end of the year to correct all issues for the year, that's why we sit with material issues at the end of the fund. Those financials will not be credible. I know from a fact. I've worked with a consultant. We correct the GL from day one of operations. So you are likely to sit with, first, no records. AG will request certain information and there won't be records. And if AG doesn't get information, straight to disclaimer. So as I close, also your performance, which is the heart of the municipality. Performance, because you service people, you service, it's your mandate to service delivery. But here you are sitting with 60%, but your budget is over 125 in 2023-2024. You spend the whole budget and even overspent on some of the things. But performance is less than 100% on targets that you set yourselves as a municipality. So if you can correct those things, you can get a very good picture. And you can get this municipality back on their feet. There's potential, as the chair has been saying. Just get these things correct, then you see a good picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Zuzifa Utelezi. I'm a member of the COGTA committee. I just think that this makes for quite some painful reading. And I think if one is to achieve anything, especially service delivery, stability is at the heart of it. Now, when you see things like this popping it at you, like never passed funded budget, has had 6 accounting officers since 2022, and the one I don't understand, but I think there's also this one of ESCOM is twice the budget of, it's twice the debt is twice the budget, as you've stated yourselves. But this one where you are saying the possibility, I'm not quite sure I understand, Mayor, and your team, when you say the possibility, because there's something you must know conclusively. Possibility that the majority of employees are paid below their grade is high. The possibility is high. I find it very strange because you know exactly what you are paying. You can't say this, it's a possibility. And I think then, as they say, you pay peanuts and you get monkeys. So really this is very, very concerning because it is at the heart of the team that is solid. And it goes to asking then that if there is a turnaround strategy or turnaround plan, how do we implement it when the things are in a state of flow like this, a state of flux all the time? And then it ends up really wanting to ask yourself that as a collective, maybe if one calls you a jockey, are you the right jockey on this horse, which is called Water Sisulu, to turn things around? And then the one that's important, of course, very important to us, to me, to us, I want to understand what is the position with you are dealing with traditional leaders. Is there any cooperation, with them, in terms of service delivery? And I'm not talking only about initiation. Some of the municipalities who have come here, they just say, no, initiation is going well. I just mean in terms of partnering and delivery and serious, robust, and genuine partnership with Eastern Cape is one of the strongest provinces with for the traditional leaders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is a hot potato. It comes from the members of the public within your municipality. So they're asking a question, actually, it's a national crisis. How do you cope with the issue of undocumented or illegal foreigners in your municipality and the issue of LED and the competition thereof? So the people on the ground are very much concerned and worried. So they are requesting that actually they should be taken into confidence as a municipality. How do you deal with that? What do you intend to do in terms of dealing with it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The issue of the consultants will remain a problem. And how do you deal with it so that you easily get away with them, because they are also not yielding positive results? Your indigent register, in your report you are referring to a 30% that are part of your indigent register as you are looking to the potential. And seemingly you are attributing it to the 40% of the households that are getting electricity from ESCOM. What are the dynamics of that in relation to perhaps your discussions that you are having with ESCOM? Then the issue of in Beggersdorp, there is an SMME there that is funded through Imvaba fund from ECDC. At some point, those people had reached a point where they wanted to grow their business. And the advice was that they must also try to source the LRED fund, which with all its complications. How far is that arrangement in relation to that? And then on waste management, if you look at your neighbors in Lady Grey, there are projects there that are also funded through Imvaba Fund that are on waste management that can be able, the cooperatives that can be able to work, which you don't have on your side. Are there any interactions that you are making in order to be able to tap some of the experience that is in your neighboring municipality? At Duaton, there is no way that I can talk about Duaton. At some point, and that's where there was vibing. Are you intending to revive that spirit of Tugatole? Because I could see that there are attempts to be able to handle how Tugatole operates. Finally, the renewable energy, particularly the wind energy, you are at a place where you are able to tap on it. To what extent are you working on to be able to tap? Because if you look at the wind farms, they are scarce in your area. Perhaps I have not seen them yet, or it is because I have not traveled lately. How are you doing in relation to that renewable energy, particularly on the wind side? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to start with the question of what percentage of your budget do you spend on infrastructure maintenance? I want to know if there's any councillors or officials that owns rates and taxes, the number of councillors and officials, the total amount that is, if that exists, it's been owned to you, and the consequence management. Then, if I understand the report correctly, it seems to me that you are spending more than the income that you receive. And as a previous colleague explained that with internal control and audit committee doing what they're supposed to do, you can either correct and get this municipality on the right side or on the in the right direction. My concern at this stage is if you are a going concern for quite some time, by what time, or to the other side, are you going to become a municipality that at some time won't be able to pay salaries? How far are you away from that? And then, what is your 3 priorities to prevent that that's happening and to increase service delivery? Then, I would like to know, Chair, if I can ask the MEC maybe, one of the colleagues referred to salaries that should be paid on a higher scale. The way I understood the report is that was a problem due to unsolved issues done by, or due to amalgamation. By what date will all the issues on amalgamation be sorted out for this municipality, and will that be part of that? Then, last question, Chair, is I would like to know if there is any bylaws on informal trading, because it's also from the public from that area. Apparently there is a problem in Annabelle North and Burgersdorp where the so-called car guards become a sort of a problem. There's a criminal element in that sometimes, and it's a threat to the public. My question is, can the municipality make use of your bylaws to take this as an opportunity to either get metered parkings as an income stream, or peace officers, and then it also brings me to another part of that in my mind is linked to that. I would like to know how many EPW workers do you have, the number of them, what is the budget? Do you just pay them the stipend that is determined, or do you top up? And if you do top up, what is the amount that you top up with? And what is the type of tasks that you are utilizing these people's services? And is there any skills transfer in that? And then the last question is, I've also understand that you owe Salga something like 14 million rand. My question is, I also understood that there is some discussions and negotiations underway. 14 million rand, or on the payment, or to try and write off that. In my humble opinion, Salga is paying councillors to sit on certain meetings while they do earn a salary. as well as paying accommodation and all these things, while they do a service provider, I would think a bigger priority is to try and spend money on service delivery rather than to pay off SOLGA. But I would like to know what is the reason that you owe 14 million rand to SOLGA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, when we started this meeting, the Honourable Namase said, where's the report of Walter Sisulu? I wanted to state that out of all the municipalities that we are seeing here this week, Walter Sisulu was last to submit their report to this portfolio committee. And I wanted to say that, you know, I wrote the MM 3 letters last week, Monday or Tuesday. And I even sent him a reminder yesterday to say that these are due. I didn't even get an acceptance of or acknowledgement of receipt for those. So MM, you still owe me 3 responses. Then just quickly, on the mayor and speaker's cars, are they both within the limit that is stipulated by the Gazette? We had a situation with Enoch Mjijima where it was stated that, you know, these cars weren't bought in line with what they were allowed to be bought at. So if we can just understand if Walter Sisulu's speaker and mayor car are in the cap that is allowed by the Gazette. Then on the landfill sites, are all of them licensed? Are they some close to capacity? Is there other landfill sites maybe identified to be used? Is the Green Scorpions at all involved with any of these landfill sites that exist? Then on transformers, are you as a municipality, and I know the mayor is the chairperson of infrastructure, are you servicing and maintaining or maintaining your transformers throughout Walter Sisulu? Because a couple of years back, about 2 years ago, a transformer in Alleville North had blown and it left the community and some businesses without electricity for a week. The insurance, to my knowledge, has not paid anything to that, and I think the cost was 16 million rand at the municipality. So really I wanted to find out, was that due to a lack of maintenance on the side of Walter Sisulu that transformer did blow? Then the town halls of Overston, Mzamontle and Stainsburg are either collapsing or have collapsed. What is being done with those community halls, because the community has no halls to go to in their direct vicinity because the municipality is unable to look after the assets. Obviously, I was at your council meeting last week where it was stated that MPAC will now become fully functional. It's only last week, Chairperson, that MPAC has gotten the requisite number of members on that MPAC committee for them to actually start functioning. So it's basically from this week. There was only 3 members on that committee and the quorum was a problem. So I wanted to find out, do you have a DC board? MPAC that is now fully constituted, will you start investigating and how long will the time, I mean, you have not been investigating anything. Then the debt relief program on Eskom, why was the municipality unable to honour its account obligations, and what is the total current arrears? What recovery or payment plan has been adopted to prevent further supply interruptions? Then just on the smart meter rollout and billing failures, the installation of smart meters has been quite chaotic, with consumers placed on incorrect tariff structures and there's persistent billing errors. I mean, just this month, people have gotten accounts of 100,000 and trying to get someone to actually sort that out is quite difficult. How many meters have been incorrectly configured? And what steps are being taken to correct the tariffs and refund the affected consumers that was billed incorrectly, not due to their fault? Which service provider was appointed for the smart meter rollout and at what cost and through what procurement process? How was that followed? And then just lastly on the billing, when will the billing system be stabilized? Because it's been quite some time that it's not been, and I know we've got a new CFO, maybe the new broom will sweep clean. Then, just despite some improvement, the municipality still reports UIFW with little consequence management. We know MPAC hasn't been sitting. Has the municipality implemented the full 2024-2025 audit action plan? Has that been implemented in full? If not, which findings remain unresolved? Then your indigent register, I know it was touched very briefly. I think there's only 5,400 indigent verified beneficiaries, but Stats SA estimates that over 16,000 indigent residents exist within the municipality. What are you doing to actually get those people registered? Because, I mean, obviously they deserve a different service. I think there's only 5,400 indigent verified beneficiaries, but Stats SA estimates that over 16,000 indigent residents exist within the municipality. What are you doing to actually get those people registered? Because, I mean, obviously they deserve a different service. Craven Stadium in Burgersdorp, as well as the Sara Morosi in Jamestown or James Kalata. On each of these stadiums, and a lot have been spent, and money is being keep on spending on that since 2022. Has that served to council for transparency? Has anything come to council? Has the municipality laid any criminal cases or to enforcement agencies? Then again, on infrastructure regarding stormwater flooding and streetlights, our towns are dark, the townships are dark as well. It remains a problem. It adds to criminality within these areas, and there has been many attempts by ward councillors and councillors in Walter Sisulu to get a pound going. There's not even a working pound in the area of Walter Sisulu. What is your plan? Because there's been accidents reported as well regarding stray animals, and what will you do about that? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, honourable members. Colleagues from the province, we are operating in a very extremely limited time. We are behind schedule. In fact, we're supposed to conclude our session at 8 o'clock, but we are running behind with time. We may have to extend until 8:30. So, can I suppress you? Or if I give you, I'll just give you 1 minute each.
No, I think to assist you, Chair, Nomasilizi Konza, the chairperson of COGTA in the Eastern Cape. I think to assist the meeting, Chair, this is one of the municipalities that we met on the 11th of April. And therefore, we would suggest that on our side, because we are still awaiting the responses from the MEC on these municipalities, then we'll interact with those reports against that. Also, I just want to say 11th of April. And therefore, we would suggest that on our side, because we are still awaiting the responses from the MEC on these municipalities, then we'll interact with those reports against that. Also, I just want to say sometimes makes us to oversight. This is one municipality that they have been conducting and also are dealing with the issues that will. That positivity will be portrayed in their determination to deal with the issue. Treasury. The reason being that this is one of the amalgamated municipalities of very small towns that have no revenue base at all. So those issues need, therefore, the intervention to assist that municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Municipality, the executive mayor and the team, can you please respond?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On other issues, I would request that we do submit a report, a written report, on all the responses so that it be looked into due diligently, as having been narrated by the Chair, Honorable Konza. There is already requests having been made. As we have said already, that we were in another setup exactly the same as this. But I think I want the MM just to answer one question. And I think that is why he's literally here next to me. But I would really request to make that proposal. And as I'm giving to him, Chair, I just want to let members keep it in their mind what I'm about to say. And how I wish that we get the ear to that and the patience to that. I want us to go back to the Division of Revenue Bill of 2014. When you go back to the Division Revenue Bill of 2014, it is the Government Gazette 37337. This is where your equitable shares for Erstwhile Gariep and Erstwhile Malitswai was featuring. And when you add on those two equitable shares alone in Jena, and that was financial years of 2015-2016, it was 54,368,000 to be correct. Amalgamated in 2016 is Walter Sisulu, with all the issues from these two municipalities. And I think there needs to be a time where we be honest with ourselves. One municipality was failing very well, Malitswai. Gariep was not really doing all that well. So you have two municipalities that you amalgamated together that already had matters arising. Then we go to the Division of Revenue Bill of 2017. 2017, this is when Walter Sisulu is constituted. And that was for the financial year 2017-2018. And what did we get out of that leadership? 49,030,000. You see? You amalgamate two municipalities together, thinking things will be okay, but things are going south because already there's a missing middle in terms of finances. Which community are you not going to be serviced? What are you going to achieve with this missing money? Because I just feel if it had to be done, it should have been combined and maybe go up. So I just want us to keep it in that back of our minds. And this Government Gazette is number 40871. So that we look back to that. So, MM, I want to give to you, and as I've requested this committee with due diligence from the municipality, that we put all of these reports on paper and submit it to the committee with your acceptance, obviously, Chairperson, with the committee.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greeting to you and all the leaders in the meeting. Chair, I will only deal with two. The one is the issue of Amakosi and traditional leaders. In Walter Sisulu, in the council, we do not have. But how do we work with those that are in Cinco, for an example? The chairperson of the traditional leaders in the district, Chief Sijo Singwe, is the one who's attending to all the matters that affect Abesutu Namakrubi in Walter Sisulu. So we do work together with Chief Mangleba being the one who's part with the Amakosi. Then here, the last one from me, the functionality of the MPEC. Chair, MPEC is functioning very well. Yes, we had 4 members instead of 5 because we're changing members from other committees. Ours is that members cannot serve in MPEC and again in other committees because they will become a referee and a player at the same time. So to focus in that one, we're dealing with that. We received 2 trainings. The one was last week, Thursday and Friday, from both COGTA in the province and SALGA. So they are well trained. I want also to say their reports are being tabled in council. They have also picked up several things to show that they are working. For an example, the issue of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. They were not just recommending to council to say write off. What they were saying, they were going deeper than that and make sure that those debts that are being written off are those that cannot really be collected by any means. That is what they do. And also they visited all the projects, also the stadiums that are referred to here. And they brought their report to council with, of course, their recommendations. Which one of those were saying they feel that the council was not giving 100% attention to their recommendations, and therefore they want to see that the consequence management is being applied. Consequence management, as all of us understand here as well, is that it is not necessarily only the dismissing of people, but is also to make sure that what has been wasted is recovered, and also people are being encouraged to do their work correctly. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. The economy of Walter Sisulu is driven by agriculture, tourism, and to a certain extent, it should be driven by SMMEs, but that is an area that still requires our attention. In 2023, Council approved the construction procurement strategy, which would allocate about 30% of construction work to local SMMEs, but the problem that sometimes we find is that the CITB grading of these SMMEs is very, very low, and so the quantum of work that we can give them, therefore, falls below that threshold. This is an area that our LED unit has been instructed to focus on in terms of trying to get these SMMEs properly trained and to be able to submit proper bidding documents. Yes, the ideal should be a clean audit, as it has been indicated. But how do we get to that clean audit? We must be financially unqualified. We must also not have compliance issues. The major problem is the ESCOM account and the fact that we are unable to pay that ESCOM account. So we may say that, yes, we need to get to a clean audit, but with that ESCOM account still on our necks, it still remains a major problem. And we accept that retaining a qualified opinion is not an improvement. But we are looking at the findings. 1 year, 2023, about 10 findings, and in this 2023-2024, about 3 of those findings, albeit that those findings are a common feature in most of these audit reports, from disclaimers right through up to qualifications, your PPE, your irregular expenditure, and what came through in the last report is the service charges, that is the completeness of revenue. And we've put together, as you can read from the report, a detailed plan, and I think there was a question whether we are responding to that audit action plan. We have almost addressed everything, because some of those things, when you are qualified, you've got to effect adjustments to your opening balances. So the financial statements that we submitted by end of August had already been factored in with those adjustments coming out of the previous financial year. And so I can happily say that, yes, we have addressed the action plan. There was an issue about consultants. Again, we're making a case here. You know, consultants are a problem for most municipalities. But for municipalities that are small and in the periphery, of which the same standards to comply, to prepare annual financial statements that are GRAP compliant, you know, if those are required for the city of Cape Town, the same standards are required for a Walter Sisulu local municipality. City of Cape Town may be able to afford a chartered accountant. And the question is whether there would be a chartered accountant willing to come to Walter Sisulu. Those are the questions. And whether then sometimes, even though in the, I think in the last council meeting or the one before it, the CFO has prepared a consultants reduction plan that she has submitted to council. And this is a statement of commitment that, yes, we want to gradually move away from this, but it had a particular context. The context was that we did not have a personnel, and we're making an issue even in the establishment maladies that some of the you know, the uncertainty around the amalgamation caused people to leave, much as they are still living right now. We lost a special planner end of June. We've just lost our PMU manager to another municipality now because our salaries are on the lower end. And I think this is something that was raised that, yes, if you pay minutes, you'll get monkeys. We've got a dedicated workforce that has enjoyed, you know, what I perceive as being an underpayment because of this job evaluation thing that unfortunately could not be completed before the municipality or limited after the municipality was established, because even the placement was finalized in 2022. The placement followed by job descriptions, and as these were evaluated, then there was a problem between SALGA and the company that had been appointed, that had provided a job evaluation system to SALGA. And so SALGA is working on another plan for us to be able to do this job evaluation. We're mentioning in the report that only 23% of positions have been created. And so the other 77% are positions that are not created. That's why we're saying that even though the salary bill is at the lower end at 30%, which is something that is, you know, that will not be found in many municipalities. We believe that when it is effective, because it must be effected, any adjustments effective to the time that people were placed or to the time that people were appointed, because you do not only get a proper, you do not only get to do your work when the task level has been adjusted. You've already been doing it. And so even the 23% that has been evaluated meant that they had to be back paid. So you cannot fail to back pay the other ones. But we still do not think that it will breach 40%. We still think that we will be fine in that space. Yes, an unfunded budget. If you do a proper diagnosis, the unfunded budget is a function of poor revenue collection. And the question of ESCOM and all the other things that you may not do, potholes and sterilization of function, is a function of you not having money to attend to those things, including passing a funded budget. So once, and our focus over the past 2 to 3 years has been really to look into the revenue. I outlined all the things that we have done, including for what I did not mention in the report, the fact that we did a general valuation of properties, which, when you look at it, the global figure of properties decreased from about 13 billion to 12 billion rand. That is from 2019 to 2024 and 2024 to 2029. But when you then look at the various categories, you see that the residential has increased from 2 billion to 3 billion. And you can only get a sense that, because in Walter Sisulu there's been no foreigners development of housing, human settlements that would amount to R1 billion. It can only give you an indication that probably the values that were in the previous valuation round were lower, and they were not done in terms of the Municipal Property Rates Act. Same applies with agriculture, same applies with business. And these are some of the issues that we've had problems with various sectors, like in particular agriculture and business. And some of these issues are in the office of the minister because the Ratepayers Association has filed issues there, which, of course, even today we're still providing the valuation rolls, the two valuation rolls, so that to assist COGTA to do an analysis. And we had advised council, and council had hinted that to provide some, rebates. But of course, we did not provide the rebates to the extent that these various categories were looking for. And this is where the crunch is. We provided rebates that we felt that were necessary in the circumstances. Again, I'm saying that, yes, this funded budget, it seems to be possible. And with all the other interventions that we're doing, we're trying to address the issue of the performance, 60% and 125 million. Because if 125%, if this was coming out of a cough, this is what I was looking for, the communication of audit findings, that would have spoken to this, and there's no cough for this. But AG apparently did their own analysis and reached that conclusion, and that conclusion is wrong for one reason. All the projects that are cited, the 3 projects that are cited, are MIG-funded projects. Now, with MIG, we do not have any additional funds that were able to contribute to do construction of roads and all the work that we have done. So that analysis is problematic in that particular sense. So, and I think we are stating that fact in the report that, yes, of course, we're raising it because it's been raised in the questions that we have got to respond to, but I must admit that we did not really see it and paid attention to it. But when we're trying to look at it, we could not find the cough. And our audit action plan is really premised on coughs. That is the exceptions that would be presented by the AG. The audit committee, non-functionality, well, I would want to, not to say that the audit committee has been non-functional. There is an audit committee that was established in 2021, whose term ran until October 2024. Very, very functional, but it was bereft of a particular skill, and that skill was accounting skill. Our problems with audit disclaimers and everything meant that we should have focused on that particular skill. The audit committee that has been appointed from November 2024, which is in office right now for a period of 3 years, has got 2 chartered accountants and 1 former chief financial officer. Now, the chairperson, the chairperson of the chartered accountant is a very seasoned chartered accountant that I believe that will help the municipality to turn around on some of the issues. So I would not want to use the term that it has not been functional. Both audit committees have been functional, but the previous committee probably lacked this particular skill. Yes, it had legal people, it had performance experts, but accounting experts were just not there. Then I think some of the issues are really establishment issues, like the turnover in accounting officers and how they affect the running of a municipality, or turnover in CFOs. And I think there was a question around illegal foreigners, which maybe I think the mayor can just address that. But I can say that we have not received too many reports as would be appearing in some of these areas. I'm not sure if they are, I know that they are foreigners, but I'm not sure about their legality or illegality. So that is something that maybe we need to deal with. I think we've dealt with the issue of consultants, indigent register, and how are we dealing with this? Yes, we're trying to say that for us, and we're making the point in the statement, in the report, that we are now not paying ESCOM, because ESCOM is not providing free basic energy. ESCOM collects that money from the municipalities' equitable share. And we're saying that then those people that you are assisting ESCOM in your supply areas must be in our indigent register. And so the account that ESCOM has been ramping up, we do not believe that we owe it as a municipality, because it is not on the basis of the municipality's own indigent register. And the other way, for us, now that we are not paying ESCOM has got to advise those people to go and register. And in our areas where people are not registering voluntarily, because we've been going out on sessions to get people to apply, and the uptake has not been too good. And so at times, you've got to apply a carrot and a stick and implement your credit control. And the person will then come forward and say, but I do not have, I'm indigent, and then get registered and get vetted. And so this is how we believe that we can be able to increase our uptake of indigents. I'm not sure about this SMME and INVABA funding, and this is something that the mayor has indicated that those are some of the issues that we would then have to revert to yourselves about, because we're not very certain. I've not heard about it. Budget on infrastructure maintenance is very much on the low end, and it is a function of the fact that the municipality is not cash healthy. Well, it's improving right now. We closed 2023 with about 5 million rand in the bank. We closed 2024 with about 2.8 million rand. We closed 2025 with about 20-something million rand. And there's an upswing that caused us, even though I'm saying that in the report that we're using the equitable share to pay ESCOM. We're not using the equitable share for our own operations. We're just transferring that 82 million rand as the tranches as they come to pay ESCOM. But still, we feel that the cash is still not adequate. We're able to pay about 14 million rand additional to ESCOM yesterday or the day before. I think it was on Monday when we paid 14 million rand. We're trying to sort out that ESCOM account. The legacy issues, amalgamation legacy issues, yes, they will be resolved by this council and administration, and it's going to take time. Like the issue that is very stubborn now is the issue of the job evaluation. Number of EPWP workers, there was a misfortune that there were people that were appointed from about 2009, but whose contracts, short-term contracts, were not properly managed, such that when they went to court to the CCMA in 2020, they won, and so the municipality had an obligation to then absorb those people. We are absorbing those people gradually, and what is happening is that we no longer advertise general assistant positions. We're taking from that group of people. Initially, they were about 140. We left with just less than 80 now. And as your general assistants leave either through natural attrition or retirement or resignation or whatever, we take from that group and so move them from this a system into the system. Then we have got a PWP grant that has increased from the previous financial year from 1.3 million to about 2.2 million this year. And we have appointed about 50 million that we are paying, the normal stipend that is applicable. Of course, there would be various levels. Some would be supervisors and would be paid at a higher rate than the rest, but the stipend is almost the same. SALCA, yes, I think we're making a point here that we are indebted to SALCA. Unfortunately, it cannot be easy for us to just say that we walk away from those obligations. Walter Sisulu is a member of SALCA. And Walter Sisulu, the point that it is making is that a portion of that debt has prescribed. And so maybe this is a negotiation that we must have with SALCA and see if we can not then, once we agree on its prescription, then the unprescribed portion, then we start servicing it. And so that we are able to leverage other benefits. SALCA is still, for instance, they've appointed consultants on the municipality for 18 months to assist with the turnaround of audit outcomes. So it is not something that you can simply walk away from it as if there is no value that the municipality gathers from SALCA. Yes, we will apologize for being the last to submit, Honorable Marina. But yes, I acknowledge your letters, but sometimes the challenges that I have is responding as a municipal manager to an MP that says, I want a report within 7 days. There's a particular process that I feel that you probably need to follow, like writing to the minister, and then it goes down to MSS. That's how the accountability system works. I do not think that, I think this is the major problem. When you say that I demand this particular report within 7 days, then it really hamstrings me in terms of responding to that. I think it is too formalistic between an MP and a municipal manager to be able to respond to those kind of letters. So this is why it's been difficult for me to respond to that. The landfills, the James Galata and the Steinsberg landfills are licensed. The Maletswai and Beckersdorp and Venderstad landfills are licensed for closure. And licensed for closure means that these landfill sites were not established in terms of the proper protocols. It means that the municipality has got to find land, but they must also have the money. And right now, the money is committed to the Maletswai, to constructing the Maletswai, the Maysfield landfill site, which has been subject of the Green Scorpions in 2015 when the municipality was hit with a R1 million penalty by the court. And it has been the subject of a material irregularity finding by the Auditor-General in 2022. So we're focusing on that now, and our resources just do not allow us to be able to focus to all of them. But those land sites, though they were not established properly, but they are not as bad as the one in the Maysfield. Yes, the breakdown in the transformers is a critical problem. We have been provided with support by DBSA in 2 areas. In fact, those 2 areas are the development of an electricity master plan and the development of a roads and stormwater plan. We plan to address the issue of the stormwater that runs over the roads in Maletswai and in Steinsberg. And it should then also assist us to see how do we invest in our electricity network, because the breakages are just too much. And we can confirm that the initial indications were that the transformer that blew out was as a result of a poor maintenance, which is something that we're looking into. A DC board is in place. A DC board functions on the basis of referrals by other committees. And when there is nothing that has been referred, sometimes it means that the DC board will not be able to function. Then the meters, we are changing about 16,000 meters in the entire municipality through the smart metering program. The company that we have appointed is Ideal Prepaid Pty Ltd. The structure of the contract is that this company is funding 100% these meters because the municipality does not have the money to purchase.
As you wrap up.
Okay, to purchase these meters, and but the company, it will collect its revenue once we have achieved what is called a baseline. A baseline would be what you have been collecting over a particular period. So anything that you collect over and above that becomes start to be shared between the municipality and that company. I think if there is anything that still remains, it can be part of the submission that is made. Thank you.
Honorable members, is all your questions answered? Follow-ups? Honorable Fanzé?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just quickly on the issue of the cars. The cars has not been answered. The mayor's car, the speaker's car, are they bought within the cap that is allowed by the Gazette? And then the halls of Overston, Venterstad, Overston, Steinsburg, and Mzamontle, that is either collapsed or busy collapsing. What is the plan for that? Also, Chairperson, if we can maybe just on the street lights, we need a report on the street lights, how and when they will be fixed, a time frame, as well as the stormwater drains that the MM said will be cleared. We need a time frame and an official report on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think there has been a report requested, and we will submit it in writing, Chairperson. Those follow-up questions, I would really request that we do it in a proper writing setup with all the reporting to it and all credentials that will be needed on that report. So that will be from us, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, on the one that considers, the one that needs figures will understand that you can submit a written report. But the one of the stormwater and street lights, can you try to respond on that?
I think, Chair, we got those questions, and I would love to say, or maybe make it known to the House that when it comes to the infrastructure, of which I happen to be the MMC of infrastructure, there is a whole program going throughout Walter Sisulu pertaining street lights. We've done the HIMARS lights already. The only issue with the HIMARS light, there would be one HIMARS light in Burgersdorp that you would see in Dogba, the globe fused. And those globes are being fixed. There is a program that we are running out, as I say, throughout Walter Sisulu. Walter Sisulu has even gone into a process now of purchasing their own yellow fleet. So that is a program that is concurrently running on a daily basis. Secondly, Chair, in terms of the stormwater, there was also a question that was asked here to us that what do we utilize, or how do we utilize our EPWP participants together with our municipal workers, taking into cognizance that we would not want to have a bloated contingent, why they not make use of EPWP workers with the stipend, and you are able then to also transfer that skill to them. So when maybe in the next future, if there's something that comes, they do it. So there are those programs of that effect, and it is being done on a daily basis. We must narrate to yourself, Honorable Chairperson, that when we do this as Walter Sisulu comprises of 5 small towns, 11 wards, and in each and every unit, there would be a staff component pertaining whatever happens at head office. So those are work that we are doing on a daily basis, and we also even saying that if maybe the Honorable Marina can go now home, as it is, Chair, she used to be a former councillor in the former Harib. She would see there is a drastic change that we are trying to ensure we turn around with the limited resources that we have as Walter Sisulu, but we are making it happen because there's a will drive. We want to turn around the tide. At times you cannot do it at the pace as we would want to, but most definitely we ensure what we have intact, we do that. And as I narrate, Chair, I also happen to be the chairperson of infrastructure and also planning and economic development, and then I serve as a mayor as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. There is another issue. As we are here, we are cooperative governance. So it means that we need to establish the relations between the 3 spheres of government as and when there are issues. So there's a communique that was sent by honorable member to the municipality. If you can just try on your hectic schedule, just to arrange a meeting between yourself and the honorable member and go on the issues that have been raised, try to find a solution. I believe that when she raised something with the municipality, it's not because of malicious political goals. She does that because she also cares about our communities as much as you do. So find it into one another that you work together in turning municipality around and making it a better place. So on the issues that have been raised, yeah, on your financial report, the AG did indicate that there's some work that has been done in terms of the NPEG, in terms of the executive mayor on monitoring and evaluation on irregular expenditures. However, it was not good enough in terms of the AG. We'll then request that you strengthen NPEG to fully function and address all the matters that have been referred to you by AG. And on the side of the executive mayor, you then deal with issues of consequence management, accountability, and irregular expenditures, internal controls. Those are the things that you'll have to work on as the executive mayor when you strengthen your MPEG and you do your post-audit plan, which will also include consequence management. You need also to improve on record keeping and also on the compliance. We also need you to also focus on issues of economic development, and those are the issues that we'll also want you to deal with. And then there was an issue about the cars. Will you also please submit a written report on that? And then we'll take it from the report that you would have submitted. And yeah, these are the issues that we've picked up on your report. So these plans that you've just spoken about must be submitted to the portfolio committee, which is your consequence management plan, your revenue enhancement strategy, your post-audit plan, and you need to also to address the issue of unfunded budget. That also needs to be addressed, and those are the issues.
So, Chair, as a matter of principle, I understand that actually they can put it in writing, but I think it is important to note that as we're here, people outside there are watching. And when we ask questions, and people outside there will wait for answers, there are simple questions that are asked and raised and questions of interest. And when those questions are raised, simple questions, people outside there will expect answers. So to say, actually, the honorable member raised an issue of the cars, mayor's car and the speaker's car. And people were expecting answers. I fail to understand how come the MM can't answer that. Because it's not a detailed answer, it was a simple question. Thank you.
Chairperson, I think with due care, I want to rise and plead with the chairperson and the committee at large. When the mayor requests to make a written submission, that should be allowed. I can attest to the fact that when we met with them, they would have made 1 or 2 requests to make a written submission, and they did. We met them in April, and they did. I'll just plead with the committee so that we get a very coherent, cogent, substantive submission to the question. But the good thing, though, is that members have raised the question in public, but the municipality is requested to make a submission in this regard. At least from that end, the public knows that the committee has, with due respect, respected their interest, but the municipality requested to make a written submission. That was my request, Chair. Of course, I am at the mercy of the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. On the issue of the car, we'll then request that you submit that report within the 7 days, and you must give us the details in terms of how much is the car, how much are you expected to buy the car, the bracket for purchasing that car, if you had overspent on the car or not. That's what we want. Thank you. Our meeting with the municipality, Walter Sisulu, has come to an end. Thank you for your time. And all the information and the issues that we have flagged must be submitted to the province. Thank you. Good evening, colleagues. You are welcome to the meeting. We are going to have an hour of engagement with you. So what we are going to do as the Joint Committee, we are going to allow you to do the presentation, and your presentation is going to be 12 minutes. 2 minutes you introduce yourself, and then 10 minutes you give us a high-level briefing of the issues that were sent to you as the municipality, because there were 4 questions that were sent to you related to your audit outcome. So you're just going to focus on that. We don't need you to give us a long presentation. Don't read it, just speak to your presentation. So what is going to happen in terms of the proceeding of the meeting? You are going to present for 12 minutes. After 12 minutes, the members of the committee, including the provincial legislature, will then engage on the presentation that you have submitted to us. And after that, then there will be some undertaking. If there are issues of concern whereby you need to address them, we'll then agree that you need to focus on 1, 2, 3, 4, and those things will then have to be sent to the portfolio committee of COGTA in the province, and they will then get to us. We need that information. We're going to need that information within 3 months. And then we'll also process that information. If there's a need for us to further invite you, we'll then invite you after that. So what we also want to achieve in terms of this oversight visit is the promotion of good governance, accountability, and consequence management. That's what we want. And when we present, just be honest to us. Because when we come here, it means that we have done our research. We have an idea of what is happening in your municipality. But we just want to confirm with you if what we think is happening, is it indeed happening? And where there are challenges, how best do we assist each other? There's no need for you to give us a rosy report, whereas we've got the ages report, we've got the provincial government report, and now we are going to confirm with you. So that's what we need. Be as transparent as possible so that we can be able to assist each other. We are not here to judge you. We are here to work with you to turn municipality around. However, when there's the need for us to take consequence management, we'll have to do that. So I'm now going to allow the executive mayor and the team, you introduce yourself, and then you do the presentation for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you,
Let me first introduce the team. I'm Councillor Mazuza, the Mayor of Port St. John's, with Councillor Toto, the Speaker of Port St. John's.
Yes, there's a mic.
Okay, thank you. I'm Councillor Mazuza, the Mayor of Port St. John's, with Councillor Toto, the Speaker of Port St. John's, Councillor Mavimbela, the MPEC Chairperson, Councillor Tani, the Portfolio Head for UPTO, also the Acting Municipal Manager, Mr. Wana, the HOD for Corporate Services, Mr. Ngakana, then the new appointed CFO, Ms. Siwal. They are among with me so that when there are things is that they need administrative clarity, they must be able to clarify. Port St. John's municipality is a category B municipality and the OR Tambo district municipality. The municipality is comprised of 20 wards. Luckily, on the next elections, we will be having 21 wards. We are the one in the Eastern Cape who have achieved that. Port St. John's local municipality, in a population of 179,000, political and administrative interface. The council is composed of 39 councillors and 2 inkosi as per umthetho esunikiweyo. We have all section 80 committees which are led by your portfolio head as per the category of a municipality, or section 79 committee. The councils, they two committees, they are functional. Indeed, at times we do undergo for inhlanganiso ezisincedisayo ukuncedisa into yobana sikwazi ukufundiswa. They are attended as the councillors at Port St. John's. There are 2 full-time office bearers, the mayor and the speaker. The council inayo audit and risk performance committee that acts as the advisory to the council. DC board has been established, and in terms of reference, they have been developed and adopted by the council. The council is the highest decision-making body. Iyahlala qho ngekota, asikabi nayo i-challenge yoba singahlali. All council resolutions are tracked for implementation and report back to the council every quarter. When okufanele bazibe ziya-reviewed by the council, we also
Try and keep it consistent English. Ingabuye silahle kakhulu.
Oh, okay. On political and administrative interface, municipal manager is the principal accounting officer appointed in terms of section 54A. Unfortunately, we do have the acting municipal manager for now. The accounting officer is supported by 5 senior managers appointed in terms of section 56 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. The municipality has 5 departments, each headed by a senior manager, directly reporting to the municipal manager. The only vacancy that we are having is the vacancy of the municipal manager, which we have the acting municipal manager. The municipality has in-house internal audit unit. It resides within the office of the municipal manager. In addition, the municipality has a development agency, that is Port St. John's Development Agency, which acts as a wheel to realize local economic development through a mandate delegated by the council. The development agency of Port St. John's is headed by the CEO. Also, there is an active board headed by the chairperson. Then there is a structure of the council, which is the council speaker, there is the MPEC, the Women's Caucus, the public participation and petitions committee, where rules and ethics members' interests. They do have its chairperson, then the mayor with the executive, the municipal manager, also the section 80 committees, which is the budget and treasurer, corporate services, planning and LED, community services and engineering. The staff establishment, including skills and qualifications of the administration, Port St. John's municipality has a total of 261 permanent employees as per the approved council organizational structure. The municipal manager with the highest qualifications and the competencies which they meet, the acting municipal manager and also the managers directly appointed, they do meet the highest qualifications and the competencies, they have achieved it. On the governance, the Municipality Accounts Committee, the MPEC, as led by Councillor Mavimbela, Port St. John's local municipality has an established and functional MPEC with approved terms of reference adopted by Council of Port St. John's. MPEC has been submitting oversight reports to Council to be incorporated in the annual report. In the 2021-2022 financial year, MPEC conducted investigations on EU IFW expenditure for the 2 prior years, which are 2018-19 and 2019-2020. In the 2024-2025 financial year, MPEC conducted investigations for the prior years, historical from 2010. In total, MPEC has conducted an investigation on irregular expenditure that led to the write-off of 207 million. All the investigation reports were tabled and adopted by the Council. On e-governance again, ward committees were established in all 20 wards. As a PSJ, there are 10 members per ward committee structure. Policy on ward committees is in place as adopted by the Council. Ward committee reports on service delivery issues are submitted every month to the Public Participation Office, which falls with the prerogative of the Office of the Speaker. Both and joint ward committees are supported by the municipality with e-working tools, trainings, and the stipend for their effectiveness, which is 2,500 per ward committee. In addition to ward committee, each ward is supported by a community development worker, only one ward with no CDW due to the death of the previous, but COGTA is busy with the recruitment process. On the financial management audit outcomes from 2021, the audit opinion is qualified. 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024. E-qualification areas is a PPE, then PPE, then 2023-24 receivables from non-exchange and exchange transactions, investment properties, receivable from non-exchange, then we go 2022-2023 revenue from exchange transactions, then 2023-2024 by debt impairment, by irregular expenditure, by resistant statement of corresponding finger gas. In matters of emphasis, go 2021-2022 material impairment on consumer debtors, the unauthorized expenditure, the irregular expenditure. Then go 2022-2023, there was a prior year error, material impairment of consumer debtors, unauthorized expenditure, irregular expenditure. Go 2023-2024 unauthorized expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Then e-compliance with e-legislation, 2021-2022 EAFS performance and annual report, expenditure and asset management, strategic planning and performance management, consequence management, internal controls, 2022-2023 EAFS performance and annual report, expenditure, asset management, basic strategic planning and performance management, procurement and contract management, HR management, consequence management, internal control defenses. Then 2023-2024 with the AFS performance and annual report, expenditure management, procurement and contract management, HR management, consequence management, internal controls. Then the audit outcomes from 2021, the municipality has been getting qualified audit outcomes since 2021 with matters of emphasis. An audit action plan has been developed to deal with the above matters every year. The audit action plan is also dealt with by the oversight committees and submitted to the audit committee, provincial treasurer and the council. This is to implement the section 131 of the Municipal Finance Management Act in terms of dealing with the findings of the Auditor-General. The unfunded budget, the budget was assessed by provincial treasurer and confirmed that the budget was funded for 2021, 2021, 21-22, 22-23, 23-24, 24-25 and is in line with the requirements of Section 18 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. The municipality has a budget and reporting unit to ensure that budget is fully monitored and implemented. A percentage of the salary wage bill to budget, if percentage personnel expenditure 2021 were at 53.54%, 2021-22 were at 50.12%, 2022-2023 were at 48.58%, 2023-24 were at 50.35%, 2024-25 we were at 50.71%. The municipality's percentage salary is above the treasurer norm, which is 40%. The employee allowances and overtime are the major contributing factors to the high salary bill of the municipality. The municipality has developed policies and standard operating procedures to manage the overtime. There are unresolved employee grievances on salary expenses and benefits which are continuing to cause an increase in the salary bill. Debt owed by ESCOM, we don't have ESCOM as the Port St. John's municipality. The municipality does not owe ESCOM. The municipality's collection rate is below treasurer norm of 95 and is detailed below. 2020 no 2021 is 64%, 2021-22 is 73, 22-23 is 78, 23-24 is 61%, 24-25 is 7%. In order to improve the revenue collection, the municipality will implement the following strategies: reviewal and implementation of revenue enhancement strategy, strengthening ratepayers relationship through quarterly meetings and ratepayers awareness sessions, revenue collection on government departments, because government departments, they don't pay us, timeous billing and delivery of consumer statements. Debt owed by the municipality, by councillors and officials, 2021 nil, 2021-22 1,187, 22-23 1,180. 25 it's nil. The employee is kula minyaka is 17,07258 343044. Then now it's 87,087. There is an agreement eyenziweyo ba makabane ebhatala umuntu lo. There is a payment arrangement with the employee consent that's been made.
So try and round up now.
Yeah?
Try and round up.
Okay. E-billing system and financial recovery plan. Council has approved tariff policy and tariff structure, which are the basis of the billing rates and services. E-systems, the Gamaspala information systems, they are in place. We are using Promune. The revenue enhancement strategy intended to increase the revenue base by ensuring that all properties that we have, they are built. Port St. John's local municipality is not one of the municipalities subjected to the financial recovery plan in terms of section 139. We do have ELED programs as a corner. They are listed in the report. Then financial management, there are ELED programs, nazo zifakiwe incubation programs for farmers and creative industry, tourism development, entrepreneurial support, business licensing, economic infrastructure. Then there are ELED programs, which they are job creations, diversifies economy, increased investment, improved business environment. Bulk infrastructure, the state and maintenance of infrastructure, non-revenue water and electricity losses.
2 minutes, Manch. Yeah. You read every word.
Okay.
You just 2 minutes and then we proceed.
Okay, we are using INEP with budget here for electricity. We are trying to have a resource mobilization to close the grant, because we are the municipality that is depending on a grant. On the water, we depend on the provisions of water from the Auditor-General district municipality. If the municipality does not sell the electricity. Water services, okay, then on the issue of indigent register, Port St. John's local municipality has an indigent support policy and it has been adopted by council. It also reviewed yearly. Then that is the number of the indigent people that are that get in.
30 seconds.
Initiative to address poverty and unemployment. There are programs of EPWP, CWP, SZNZAYO. The municipality promote the use of labor-intensive methods in capital projects, which are feasible to creative job opportunities. Trainings opportunities are also there. The municipalities has groups of OCWP, no EPWP, as they are being sourced by the government departments. We have a waste management, which is a land field site.
Don't behave like that. We've been warning you. You will still talk. So let's stop now. Let's get to the questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable members, we'll start from Honorable Mwali. The members of the legislature, we've noted your apology. As and when the time is right, you can then be excused and follow the proceeding on YouTube.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to welcome the presentation. The situation in this municipality is not as bad. We just need a few things, Mayor and MM, to get this municipality up and running, more especially to correct the audit opinion. Implement the action plan as is, Mayor. No exceptions. Implement it as is. If it means you must get a report from MM every month, do that. Do that, Mayor, then you will get the municipality right. They must report to you, they account to you. They must tell you how are they fixing it. Every month, must tell you how are they making sure that the audit action plan is implemented. If they do that, it will remove the emphasis of MET automatically. Because AG is telling you, this is what you need to correct, and then it will remove the findings. Then you'll have a clean audit. So do that, MM and Mayor. MM, you have a responsibility to prevent your FWE. It's one of your findings, your key findings. You have a responsibility to prevent it. Prevent it, block it. Make sure it doesn't happen. You have a responsibility by law to prevent it from happening. So that's your main qualification from AG. You have your FWE, then you have a qualification. You have findings. Mayor, take a decision about this UFWE by ensuring that the chairperson of MPEC is doing the correct thing. Hold people accountable. Consequence management. Those who are responsible, they must be charged. Those who are responsible must be investigated and must be corrective measures must be taken. Then the municipality will be up and running. And then CFO, I'm not sure if you do your financials internally and your asset management internally, but correct debtors, correct PPE, then AG will accept your financials. It's a few things. Then the municipality will be properly run. Then we'll go to your limited budget, we'll go to your collection issues. That's another story. But you get these things correct, then the municipality will be unqualified, without findings.
As to wrap up.
So if you can do these few things, we'll have a good picture next year. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Ma'am, do you know Ma'am Agnes Mzobochi, who was running a quarry mining in Msentlava? Because she was needing help to be part of the N2 construction, and she was a supplier of quarry mining. I don't know what is the situation now, but is one of the prominent women as far back as when we formed South African Small-Scale Mining Chamber in 2004. She came from Port St. John, Mzintlava. I visited there. She is a quarry mining as far back as then. So that's a development I have since come to know that in Port St. John and there's N2 coming. And that construction would have contributed to the employment creation in that area. There is an ore body of quarry there enough to support quarry, because people of Port Shepstone, at some point it goes as far as Port Shepstone when you need to find quarry. So the construction along that route, it's actually dependent on the development. Have you helped her? She had a lot of women who were interested in that, I know for a fact. But going forward, Port St. John was a ship that ran aground in the sea there. It's Pau João, that's a Portuguese ship. So it's named after a Portuguese ship, but the area does not belong to Portuguese, it belongs to the Pondos. Where are the Pondos? That was 1552 at the time when that ship, actually, which is named after your town and your municipality, but in 1880, then the town was established. What is the point of not acknowledging Amampondo to
As
be named
you wrap
after
up,
them.
Honorable Member.
Hello?
As we wrap up, you are left
As
with
I
8
wrap up, yeah. So please, because my point would say, what is your relationship with Amampondo, being the very solid institution of traditional leaders? And are you doing anything about Nsango cannabis farming? Because there's a good data coming from your area.
Thank you.
And now it is an economy.
Thank
2025
you.
is one of the green
We need to
goals.
be out by 8:30.
Thank you.
So I'm going to be extremely stingy with time. If I say 2 minutes, it's 2 minutes, not beyond. Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. I think although it does give one the impression, the optics on the surface, that we are making a good effort, but we cannot, as this committee, ignore some red flags which we see. So I will point them out very briefly and very quickly. I see words here like instability within the council. Maybe you can just unpack that. I see unprocedural suspension of a municipal manager. I see irregular appointments, and the very scary one, I see corruption. So maybe if you can just unpack those for us, please, because we cannot see them and not ask about them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Pumele Ndamase. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Leaders. My first question is, now that there is an acting MM, where is the MM? Is there any idea, Honorable Mayor, of a letter written to yourselves by the MEC on the 12th of August 2024 about unlawful appointment of a candidate that had registered number 3 in interviews? Do you have the MEC concurrence in relation to the appointment of that particular candidate? And what is the managerial experience of the current acting MM? Is the municipality supposed to attend an arbitration on the 12th of November 2025 in connection with the dismissed MM? If yes, why do you advertise the position while we are still going through a litigation process? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. There is some comments from community members, and I will read them verbatim as they are. It says it is alleged that PSJM Mayor Councillor Mazuza has benefited kickbacks from potential service provider on the pending council resolution that she must ensure there is a shopping mall built for the people of Port St. John's, which could be the reason why that mall remained not built to date through tenders awarded. So if you can comment on that, because I know Honourable Buthelezi has spoken briefly about corruption. There's also an allegation that Council Speaker Sikoto had wrongly benefited from some kickbacks from service providers working with PSJM by these service providers developing the Speaker's homestead of Ward 14 in Ward 14. So if that could also just get a comment, because obviously this is a sitting of Parliament and we can't be misled. Then, has this municipality paid any performance bonuses to the Section 56(7) managers or MM in the last, say, 3 years? Is there any councillors or officials that is owing the municipality in rates and taxes? If there are, how much do they owe? How many councillors, how many officials, and what is the rand cent value of that? Has there been any overseas trips? Or, oh, I think I've asked that. Then there's a major spill that is reported near to the Roman Catholic JSS and Boxer supermarket that's straight into the Mzimvubu River, which obviously goes to the ocean. What are you doing about that? Because obviously that is against various laws of South Africa polluting freshwater sources. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask, what is the percentage of your budget that you spent on infrastructure maintenance? And maybe I need to explain what infrastructure maintenance is. That is things like your water treatment plants, wastewater treatment plants, landfill sites, buildings, infrastructure. What is the percentage that you spend on maintenance and repair? And then I would like to know, you said your impact is functioning. What is the amount that you could have recovered after investigation as part of your consequence management? Could you recover any of the unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure? And if you could not, what is the reason for that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will now allow the municipality to respond. You have 12 minutes to respond to all the questions.
There are forums around Port St. John's, which all those who are doing work are contained there. Even the Umzinhlava quarry is amongst those. So there is a team that is working with those things. So there's no way that we can put it aside. The only thing we can just do now is to check how it operates now. Otherwise, there is a forum that looks on those things. On the issue of change of IGAMA, let us acknowledge that and we'll go back so that we can convince others to say how best can we do. On the issue of the cannabis farming, as Port St. John's, we do have it, but there is a difficulty of them to get the licenses. I think that's the other thing that we need to look at. On the issue of the case of Mr. Fihlani, there is an acting municipal manager. The manager was dismissed, hence there is a case at the CCMA. We advertise because we don't need to have a vacancy for a long time. In that case at the CCMA, we advise that it is not in the court of law. Hence it is advertised on, I think on Monday or Tuesday. On the issue of who registered number 3, when the council considered the report from the executive committee, they see that there are discrepancies that were done that led to the dismissal of the municipal manager. Hence, the council took a resolution to appoint number 3. Indeed, there is a letter that we got from the MEC, and we responded to the letter as a council to tell what transpired in the council. On the issues of the concurrence, for now I cannot answer on that issue of concurrence. I'll go back and check if is there concurrence now for the candidate number 3. On the issue of councillors, there is no councillors owing. It's only the employee who owes the municipality for now. Then on the issue of I think other issues will be answered by the MM on the issues of the percentages and everything. Let me give you MM.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Good evening to the committee. Firstly, we would like to appreciate the suggestions in terms of ensuring that we stick to the audit action plan to also improve on our UIFW. Then with regards to the issue of consequence management, according to the audit or the investigations that are done by the MPEC, we as the municipality, we haven't had any suggestion to that effect in terms of any personnel found to have transgressed, as well as the AG report on 2023-24 financial year. Then the issue of the shopping mall, yes, indeed, the process was concluded and the service provider was appointed. We are in a process now of finalizing the service level agreement, of which we are still in discussions with regards to that. And as the municipality, we are hoping that we will finalize that process so that the construction can commence. And with regards to the issue of the budget, I will request that the CFO assists us in that regard, Chairperson. I think that is all that I captured. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I think on the issue of e-budget, we are slightly below the norm of 8%. We are 2%, we've budgeted for that, and we will adjust in our adjustment budget. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I'm MPEC Chairperson. I'm Councillor Mavimbela, MPEC Chairperson. I just want to deal with the question that was actually two questions that I will attempt to deal with. Is the one that alleges that Councillor Mazuza has benefited to a shopping mall, and the one that alleges that Councillor COGTA benefits from the kickbacks from the service providers. If I keep that, and the last one that I will deal with is the recoveries. On the two, as MPEC Chairperson, who has a box in the municipality missed for any whistleblowers that may have any information of corruption, transgressions of anything, I will put it to the committee. We visit that box by 3 days per week. We haven't found none of such allegations. So to me, as the chairperson seated here, it's one thing, point of interest if there were to be any. We know very well that the issue of allegations has to be based on evidence. We actually looking forward if there's any such. I'm stating in front of the committee there is no such, because the issue of the mall, as the MM alluded recently, it's just a process. The service provider has not even started work, so it's just a process that was procurement based. No councillor act on that space of procurement. So Councillor Mazuza, if there's anything, we're waiting. Even Councillor Stott, if service providers are having any discomfort or any information, MPEC office is very much welcome is their office. Lastly, on the recoveries, if you see on the 207 million that we tabled to the council for write-off, it was based on the fact that the municipality had suffered a blow of having buildings burnt down. That's why you see prior years from 2010 until 2018. Then that actually made the findings of the AG based on the fact that they couldn't find documentations. So the MPEC embarked on the journey that actually we led to physically verifying the test whereby alleged services to have been delivered in the absence of document, which we actually tested without fail to advise the council after that test. And fortunately, AG and COGTA and Treasury agreed with us. But on the recovery, I must state to the committee, there's this issue of MPEC, as you can see the structure of Port St. John's. We've got only 2 full-time members, which is the speaker and the mayor. I'm a part-time councillor as the MPEC chairperson. I'm coming now to deal with the balance of 49 million in our AFs that talks to the issue of documents that needs to still be verified. It's a very big challenge, which we allude to the fact that because we're talking to a committee that may even influence the issue of the structure of our municipality, because having MPEC chairperson who is an assurance body residing in the municipality in the absence of other spheres of government like the AG, it's serving very much handicap. We actually now, even if we make recommendations to council, to track them, I'll cite one example. There is a case in 2020-21, whereby we found that the service provider who was appointed on grade 5 construction, for instance, as the norms of the CIDB, was given while he was possessing grade 4. And we recommended to council that the municipal manager.
You are left with 2 minutes.
1 second. The municipal manager responsible then must be liable for that appointment. And unfortunately, as MPEC chairperson and the councillors, we can't enforce that. Then administration will have to do that. But I just felt I must deal with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair. On the issue of performance bonus, I think there was a question that was asked here, Chair, that if we have paid the performance bonuses to the Section 56 managers, we can confirm that there were no performance bonuses that they were paid, even though in our performance agreements it is included, but there were no performance bonuses that were paid. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, you have 1 minute each for follow-up.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just quickly on the councillors and officials, if they owe the municipality in rates and taxes, the overseas trips, and also the sewage spill. And then, Chairperson, I did forget to mention there's a lot of illegal sand mining that goes on in Port St. John's. A lot of illegal sand mining. What is the municipality doing about that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My question as to who is the acting MM has not been answered. Can I ask it the other way? Is the acting MM the same manager that the MEC wrote to the municipality to say that they have employed him or her unlawfully? That's one. Number two, Mayor is saying she did receive a letter from the MEC about the unlawful appointment of candidate number 3. But when she is supposed to respond on whether this candidate has a concurrence, she says she does not know. I'm therefore repeating, because if the MEC writes on the 12th of August and says this is an unlawful appointment, therefore that's logically to say that there is no concurrence. But we can still check with the MEC and see who pretends as if she does not know what exactly said there, so that we can be able to interact with the MEC. That can be responded now. And one question, Chair, is to say that the assumption, I hope they understand that they are under oath. Thank you.
Thank you. Municipality.
Thanks. Okay, thanks, Chair. On the issue of are there any councillors or employees owing the municipality? There's no councillor owing the municipality. In the presentation, I'm not sure of the slide number, but it is detailed that there's an employee owing, I think it's 87,000. There's an agreement that she is paying on a monthly basis that bill. Thank you.
Thank you. On the issue of illegal sand mining, indeed, we agree on that. As a result, we have requested the Office of Minister Auditor-General to come to Port St. John so that they can educate us, because those mining licenses, they are being done elsewhere and we are not being notified as the municipality. So we don't know who has and the rights of the licenses they are doing. They just apply and get the licenses without the knowledge of us. Hence, we have invited the department to come so that we can be on the same page on that. On the issue of acting municipal manager, the acting municipal manager indeed is the manager that we appointed as number 3, and the engineering manager. On the issue of the concurrence, I'm saying I'm not sure about the concurrence. If it is there, I'm going to look at it, because by the time he was appointed, I was not the mayor in the office. I can only say on the issue of the concurrence as the acting municipal manager, that is what we don't have. Hence I'm saying go back and check. We're going to check the department because we do write to the department asking for the concurrence. At times it comes early, at times it didn't come. It's not the only manager who doesn't have the concurrence within the municipality, of which we have done our duty to write to the department to ask for the concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With regards to the sewage spillage to Msimvubu River, water services provision as well as sanitation services are competence of the district municipality, but the municipality will look into it in terms of ensuring that that is taken care of. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm closing.
Okay, I think there's one question that was asked that was not responded. I will coin the issue of the overseas trip. Yes, yeah, we had a trip where our honorable mayor embarked with the partnership that we have with, it's not the first time, even the previous mayor, Honorable Twingo, went with our climate change partnership with the Canadians. She went with the delegation to Canada and the issue of the cannabis. She also went to another trip out of the country regarding the issue of the research on cannabis that was asked, because we aspire to explore on that one. Even the current mayor, we agreed that she must embark on a foreign trip around the issue of, we've got property that we want to develop, and then we want all the P that we can actually source and mobilize resources to develop Port St. John's. So we always support the council to do that. But I think, let me coin one thing. The mayor is saying to the question that is asked by the honorable there on the issue of concurrence. No, I think it will be just to say the honest truth, because she was not the mayor then, I was the MPEC chairperson. We haven't received the concurrence on the issue of the appointment that we did. I think for the record, I must put that we didn't receive the concurrence on the appointment that you're asking, honorable member, on the issue of the appointment regarding the case that you're talking about. We haven't received concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members.
What I can also add on the issue of the trip was paid by the Nairobi, yes, not the municipality. That we must also clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair? Okay. We're closing.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wanted to say I'm sitting in the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, so we can facilitate. There is a facility to assist with the licensing, so that it doesn't become expensive as it is when you apply as private, because it's an initiative within the portfolio. You need to take that, because internationally, cannabis farming is fetching at 16,000 per liter of oil. So which means a huge industry and diversification in the food security industry and so on. It goes with hemp as well, which is part of textile. So you have an opportunity. I'm raising this because there's also an Ntengo family that has farms in your area. They have an interest. So I'm saying let's engage to help.
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you, colleagues. We have come to the end of our meeting. Based on our engagement, we then realized that in terms of the issues that we'll need to follow up is the issue of the vacancy rate, which was flagged. So we need a report in the next 3 months and the vacancy rate. And then on the overusage of consultants, it was also flagged. We need to also to give us a strategy as to how are you going to limit the number of the consultants that you are using, and also build internal capacity. We need that plan. And then there's an issue of consequence management and its implementation, where it's not that much. We need you also to submit your consequence management plan.
with the action from now until 3 months as to what have you done in terms of consequence management. And then there's a issue of allegations of corruption. What we need is for you to send us a detailed report of what you have received from the whistleblowers and how far are you with the process if you do receive such information, or if there's any internal investigation that is taking place. We need the report on that. And then there's the concurrence. We need you to meet with the Department of COGTA and close the matter, because appointing someone while you do not have concurrence may result in that appointment being unlawful. And if it is declared unlawful, it simply means that those who took a decision to appoint that particular person may be held personally liable for the funds that have been used by that particular person. So you need to resolve the matter. Apart from there, as one of the members have indicated that you have potential to perform better. You just need to focus on these minor issues and ensure that you deal with them. Thereafter, you'll get a clean audit. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. And all the issues that you have raised, you will have to submit that information to the Provincial Portfolio Committee within 3 months so that it comes to us. And where there's a need for us to engage you further, we'll do so. Thank you. Greetings, colleagues. Your delegation does not inspire confidence at all. It's Mzinwe Sinsiswa. So it really does not inspire confidence. Colleagues? That on its own is -1. Mzinwe Sinsiswa. Colleagues, welcome to the Joint Oversight Committee meeting. You are making things worse. The boys' choir. Let me see. There's no hope there. Delegation does not inspire confidence. Yeah, there's another one. It's like our uncles who are coming for Lobola negotiation. Colleagues, you are welcome to our meeting. Our meeting is going to take an hour. And in terms of the proceeding, we're going to give you 12 minutes to introduce yourself and present. The presentation that you have sent to us, we want you to summarize it. We have read the presentation. So you just give us a summary, and when you do that summary, you focus on the matters that were sent to you individually, so as municipalities. In other municipalities, you'll find out it was about the consequence management, unfunded budget, irregular expenditures, and all those things. So when you give us that presentation, you must also touch on those issues that were sent to you. And what is going to happen, you are going to present for that 12 minutes, including your introduction. After that, we'll have engagement with the members. So we're not going to introduce ourselves. We'll introduce ourselves as and when we engage with you. However, my name is Dikile Didireko. I will be facilitating this process. And the chairperson of COGTA who is Honorable Zwelim Kize, is the leader of delegation. We are a joint committee. It's a committee of COGTA in Parliament and also a committee of AG, Standing Committee on AG. And then we have our colleagues from the province, from SCOPA, she's here, and then we had others from the COGTA. They had to leave, and they are also following the proceeding in YouTube. So what is going to happen is that after we have engaged with you, should there be any matters of interest that we feel that they need more follow-ups or they need more information, we'll then mention those matters as to what is it that we're expecting from you. And if we raise those issues, we'll expect you as a municipality to submit that information to the Portfolio Committee of COGTA and SCOPA in Parliament, in the Legislature, within 3 months, so that it comes to us. And when we go through all the documents that you could have submitted and realize that there are some things that are missing, we'll then have to call you again, where we'll have the whole day with you instead of an hour. So our main reason is to deal with the issue of accountability, consequence management, and building ideal municipality. And what we need is for you to be honest, give us the state of municipalities. Don't sugarcoat, because when we call you here, we have already done our research. We know what is happening in the municipality. We just want confirmation. So if your information contradicts the one of the AG, the one of the province, and the one that we have, then we'll know that you are misleading us. Just be honest. We are here to assist each other. So I'm going to give you your 10 minutes for the presentation. 12 minutes, 10 presentation, 2 minutes introduction. Majoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to all the honorable members from the Parliament and also from the provincial legislature, as MEC is here. My team is myself, Mbulelo Chaha, the mayor of the municipality, the Honorable Speaker, Councillor Pula, Honorable Ndugundis, Chairperson of the MPEC, the Acting Municipal Manager, Mr. Sneke, the Acting Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Lang. Going straight to the point, Honorable Chair, our municipality called Kumkani Mhlonhlo Local Municipality is a Category B type of municipality established in terms of the Act, Municipal Structures Act of 2000. We have council structures like all the municipalities as required by the law. We have the council, which sits regularly according to the prescripts. We have adopted a credible and funded budget, which is now in operation. We have standing committees, which are also functional because they precede the sitting of council. Issues that are taken to the council are dealt with firstly by the executive committee. We have the executive itself, which does its work, as I have alluded, that is processing the issues that are taken to the council. We have the ward committees, which are regularly sitting monthly to enhance the public participation. We have also the meetings that are undertaken by ward councillors to ensure also and enhance the public participation. Such meetings are held quarterly and are funded by the municipality. In the past 3 years, we have been receiving qualified audit opinion. We have developed the audit action plan, which we think is going to respond to the issues raised by Auditor-General. We do have the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure of the previous financial years. We have 35 million. It was 42 million, but we reduced it by writing an amount of 7 million. EMPAC is just dealing with other matters that relates to the wasteful expenditure. We do have vacancies in senior management. Municipal manager. In fact, it is not vacant yet, but there are disciplinary processes which are undertaken by the council. The one which is vacant is the CFO post, because even there we had to complete the processes of dismissal. Our indigent, we do have indigent register, because one of our key mandates is to make sure that those who cannot afford the services are provided. We do have the credible indigent register, but we continue to update it. We do have, although it is not yet, we had some challenges on the question of municipal misconduct board. We had some challenges in 2024. The challenges that related to, because we had some problems in the audit committee, and we had some delays in the appointments, but now I can tell you that we do have a fully functioning audit committee. We are in the process, because according to the law, the chairperson of the Financial Misconduct Board should be the chairperson of the audit committee. So we are in the process of establishing that, now that we do have the fully fledged audit committee. The wage bill, according to our allocation, 37% of our total allocation. Equitable share to 239. This current financial year, which is in operation, last year it was 230. It was 245. But because of the cuts in our allocations, because of financial problems in the country, so a certain percentage of that, which is 37, as I have alluded, is consumed by salaries. One of the most unfortunate things we have is that we are operating consultants. Consultants zezona zinto which are consuming our funds, which are meant for service delivery. So MPEC is functional, as I have said, that some issues there were referred as the council to the MPEC, which is functional. I think that is all about the overview of the municipality. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I will then allow the honorable members for engagement. We'll start with Honorable Mwali.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there's a problem in this municipality. There's a problem from where I sit with this qualification audit opinion, with these two critical posts as acting MM and CFO, with no functional audit committee and a non-functional internal audit unit. There's no proper controls there in place to address these issues. And from the presentation, the audit committee has just been established. You impaired your debtors up to 98%. There's no proper accounting records that are kept by this municipality. How long have been these posts vacant, the MM and the CFO? Because in the prior year that we are dealing with, that is 23-24, at that time when AG was conducting an audit, the current incumbents were acting at the time, and they're still acting from the introduction from Executive Mayor. So they've been acting for quite some time. So I want to know how long they've been acting. Chair, there's a solar sport field project. Two contractors there. There's one contractor that was appointed some few years ago, and then later on it was terminated with no valid reason, and then a new one was appointed with a new amount, and it is reported last year that there was progress in that project. So we want to know how far is the process, has that project been completed? Because 2023, 2024, there was a slight progress on that sport field. Has that been completed? How much has been spent on that project? And also, there's another one project that has, at 2023-2024, it was delayed by 58 months. That is equivalent to 1,789 days with no valid reason and extension. So I want to know from that project, how far, how much have you used? Has there been any movements? And when are you appointing the current CFO and the MM so that you can get this municipality up and running? Because as it stands, and also the issue of consultants, the reason why we are using consultants is because the current executives are in an acting position. Another one, or one thing that I can advise is get the right people to do the work. So how are you going to remove, or how are you going to get rid of the consultant if still you are getting someone who is unable to perform the duties, who doesn't have the capacity, more especially on the key position of the CFO, if you want to correct the audit opinion? Thank you.
May I proceed, Chair? Good evening. I would urge the gentleman here, please, to note the questions. Mr. Mayor, when you mentioned the challenges, I really set up hoping that I would see what I saw in the report. But you just mentioned one. You said it's a municipal misconduct, which you also did not unpack. So I'm really not going to try and couch the questions. I'm just going to go through them quickly, but please note them, because sometimes they fall in the crack, since we don't have the time, that you can just help enlighten us here. There's just very quickly here, I see MM and councillors are paying each other above the gazetted upper limits. 1, allegations of misuse of funds and corruption. 2, investigate speaker's vehicle driven by someone else causing accident and the insurance refuses to pay. Councillor interference in appointments of junior officials. Municipal managers are suspended. There is a court case. The municipality have stadiums that are non-functional, yet much of the MIG funds were invested into. Use of incompetent service providers through joint ventures. I just want to pause here and say I hope, but I will ask you quickly, I hope there's no staff involved in these joint ventures, because that's another challenge in municipalities that you'll find. So please, if you can just confirm that whether in these joint ventures don't have any staff as part of them. I'm just about finished. Municipal material used to renovate the house of the mayor. And then lastly, municipal manager appointed against MEC's non-confirmation, in other words, non-concurrence. Then maybe I was just hoping, since we are called Kumgani, you might just give us some light on the level of cooperation with Bokumgani, with the traditional leaders. Thank you very much, Chair. I hope you noted the questions, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. My name is Pumelele Ndamas, a member of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. My first question is in relation to the audit opinion. In the period that you are in, from 2021, it's all the way qualification. Can we attribute to yourselves as political leadership? If not, where do we attribute? Because before that, there was at least a better performance in terms of the audit opinion of the municipality. That's one. Secondly, there has been a project between yourselves there and the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency, ECPTA, the Nhlangano. The speaker would know that I know what was happening there. is there any improvement in what was happening? Third, and the last one, in relation to the whole notion of Mzimvubu and catchment, how far are you as Ikunganu Mhlonhlo, never mind other municipalities that are affected by the mega project? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the opening speech, the Mayor did mention that there's senior vacancies with MM and CFO. CFO is definitely vacant, but the MM is still under disciplinary procedures. Can we understand what is the situation with the MM? Why is he on suspension? Or how far is the investigation? What is going on? Because I think the impact chair is also here. Then the salary bill at 37% is quite high. That should be quite worrying. Coupled with that, I would like to then know, what is your overtime bill look like? The overtime. Do you have a high overtime culture of having to pay high overtime to employees? Then, has there been any overseas trips with mayor, speaker, any managers in the last 3 years? If so, can you please quantify that for us and tell us where they went, why they went, and what was paid by the municipality? And then any performance bonuses paid to any senior managers in the last 3 years? And then is there any councillor or any official that owes the municipality in rates and taxes? If so, what are you doing about that? And can that also be quantified, rand and cent, and tell us how many how many officials and how many councillors? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I just want to jump quickly into the AG's report. I pick up that there is, in my opinion, a blatant disregard for SCM processes within this municipality. I'd like to know what consequence management will be enforced, or will there be another year that will pass of zero consequence management? Why having, it states here, it says that investigations didn't start timelessly. Why? Why has the municipality not enforced investigations? The AG report speaks of 11 incomplete projects that were supposed to be done over 15 months ago in 2024. It's from roads to 2 sports fields and 4 ECD centers. And the 3 fields in total that were not completed, the total fruitless and wasteful expenditure is to the value of 23.4 million rand. So I think, to sum my entire question up, Honourable Chairperson, what consequence management is being put into place, and when are they going to start taking SCM processes seriously? Thank you.
Can you please respond? You have 15 minutes to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much once more, Honourable Chairperson. I'm going to take few questions. Honourable members and the administration is going to respond. The very fact that we are saying here to the portfolio committee that we don't have municipal manager and CFO is an indication of consequence management, because some of the issues here are the issues they failed to respond, and the council had no other option to take the road it took against them. MM was suspended by the council on the 6th of August 2025. the Chief Financial Officer, with all the processes that were followed, was dismissed by the council on the 1st of July 2025. Hence, I said we are in the process of filling the position. There is no question about that. This issue of sports field, it has been there since 2014, and we took the resolution as the council that they must be investigated, and we asked the office of the MEC to assist us in this regard. I was talking to him, I think the last week, and we are going to meet him on the 15th of this month, which I think will be Tuesday. So to finalize all other issues, including this one, because we have other issues which we said we are going to appraise him about. So, CFO, njengoba ndisitsho ke that process yakhe was finalized. She went to court and waloza. Hence, we are in the process of appointing a new chief financial officer. On the working relations between us as the institution and traditional leaders, we do have sound relations with the institution of traditional leadership in Kumgani local municipality. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mfumana Ntugundezi, Chairperson of the MPEG. Let me add what Mayor said about the sport field. Tsolo sport field is in progress right now. I think the official said it's 70% as from now. The issue of the 23 million irregular expenditure. Let me tell first the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It comes from a sports field. So we didn't do anything right now. We are under investigation about the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me greet everyone in the meeting. I'm Eddie Pula, the Speaker of Ukumgani Mhlonto Local Municipality. Let me attempt to respond to the questions raised by the members of the committee. I think the Honorable Mayor has already covered me with regard to what is happening to MM and the CFO. As he said that the post of the CFO is on the recruitment process as we speak, but the MM is on suspension. We have received the report. Now we are in a position to take it to council for council to consider. Thereafter, we will see what the council resolved about that report. With regard to the Speaker's car, as it was raised here by the Honorable Member, it is the common cause that when we are moving on the road, there are stray animals moving around. So the car was involved, just a slight accident. But the challenge, it was reported to the police. It was reported to the police and submitted to the municipality, the report, and process.
Honorable member, can you please try to use the shop steward voice? Put the mic closer to your mouth so that it hear you properly.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for that. I'm saying that incident was reported to the police, and there was a report with that regard, and it was submitted to the institution. But the challenge, when the insurance approved the car to be repaired, the CFO wrote to the insurance not to be repaired, saying that it was a misuse by the driver. I don't know how she got that. So hence, even today, that incident, or that was not repaired. Yes. And with regard to what the Honorable Ndamase raised about Ntlangano, it's a project that involved at least all the municipalities of OR Tambo, because that project is involved the Ngozahil municipality, the PSJ municipality, the Nyandeni municipality, and the Mhlonto municipality. We started to develop that area because it was where the Tsitsa River and the Tina River met or joined. Then that river, after these two rivers joined, it called the Ntlangano River, which take to Umzimvubu and Umzimvubu to Port St. John's. So we started to develop that area, but you see we are a small municipality as Umhlonhlo. So what we are requesting is the OR Tambo District Municipality to get in so that can coordinate us as these municipalities in order to develop that area so that the tourists from Durban, from Cape Town, cannot take that direction of Tata, can take that direction from Umhlonhlo municipality and through our areas of Umhlonhlo to Port St. John's. So, but the challenge now, we don't have enough funds to develop it, but we started to do at least the access to get there. I think, let me stop there.
I think, Honorable Chair, there is one thing which I feel I did really not answer to the satisfaction, the one of the municipal manager. You see, as I said, we suspended the municipal manager on the 6th of August. After that, we appointed an internal investigation to deal with the issues within the institution. So the report, we have received the report from the investigating team. We are in the process of taking that to the council so that we implement the recommendations of the investigating team. So I fail to make that one clear. On this issue from Honorable Ndamase, we once had a partnership which was going to develop the area he has mentioned. We had a partnership with the university, of Pretoria, but there were some challenges. You see, I think it was previous term. So we are in the process of reviving such with the institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the honorables and my colleagues. I will answer a few questions, and CFO will zoom on some issues that are.
My apologies. You are left with 6 minutes to conclude on the responses. You are left with 6 minutes to conclude on the responses.
On the issue of overtime, it is not significant. It is not significant. It is as and when, maybe it relates just to drivers. It's not significant in any way. On the issue of owing of rates and taxes, also it's not much. It's not significant because they are debtors which are less than 30 days. Less than 30 days, it's around 39,000, less than 30 days. I think that's all from my side. Also on the issue of how far with Umzimvubu catchment project, the mega project in the municipality, in the district, we are in the process of reviewing our LED strategy and to ensure that we come up with beneficiation projects that will tap on that project. Especially, we know that our area is the key in our area is agrarian reform. Lastly, yes, Sefu, quickly, we'll leave a few minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Manyano Langa, the Acting Chief Financial Officer. I think when members touched on the rates and taxes, I was going to say, I think there's no councillors that owe any rates and taxes. It's only employees, and it's 39,000. It's all current. There's no more than 30 days. There was no overseas trips that were taken by officials or councillors throughout the last 5 years. There's been no performance bonuses paid to any senior managers for the last 5 years. I think in terms of the overtime, I think MM has touched on it. I think it's 2% of the total wage bill, and it's only two departments. I think it's community due to the workers that work almost overtime. I think in terms of the salary wage bill, which is sitting at 37%, I think one of the major challenges I think we do have there as a rural municipality is in terms of our revenue base. In terms of revenue base, 85% of our revenue is grant dependent, and then 15% is own revenue. So most of the time we would find that when you look at our wage bill as compared to operational, it would always be high because we don't generate that much own revenue. So I think, but we've tried to keep it within the norm, because I think in terms of the treasury norm, we do see it's between 25 and 40%. So whenever we're trying to keep it between that norm, so we don't go above. We're coming to the indoor stadiums. I think with stadiums, one of the other issues, essence has been long and outstanding in terms of completion, due to the fact that we are grant dependent. And I think when the council came in 2021, one of the decisions that was taken was we need to do one stadium at a time. And it was by the time they came in 2021, already those stadiums, all 3 of them were in progress. And if you can check the expenditure thereafter, you would find that in a financial year, for instance, in the 24-25 financial year, there was no money that was spent on stadiums, because I think the council had taken a decision, let's put it on hold until there's an investigation. However, now in the 25-26 financial year, we have budgeted for Utsolo Sports Field so that it can get completed this year, and then next year we'll see again which other one we are budgeting for, because that's the approach that is being advised by council. YouTuber, your Lemal is coming from MIG grant. And I just want to correct Lando, internal audit is not functioning. Or internal audit, it does have staff members, and it also co-sourced, so it has been functioning. They did do the audits as per the audit charter throughout there, even though the audit committee being, I remember when the audit committee got appointed in April, I think we set the audit committee about 4 or 5 meetings, because they were trying now to present all those reports that were done, because they were done by internal audit, but now they couldn't be presented to the audit committee. So it was functioning audit committee, internal audit. However, due to the non-function of the audit committee, they could not present the reports to those committees, but they have successfully been presented, all of them. I think that is all from my side. Thank you.
Just one with this matter of audit, internal audit. We are promising here that the process of advertising has been closed now. We are in the process of finalizing the chief financial audit now. Within a short space of time, that post will be filled. Rest assured. Thank you very much.
I think there is one question which I think has not been responded to. The one of it was related to the mayor doing what with the municipal funds material.
Please respond to that. Don't respond to that. Material irregularities, let the CFO respond, because when we do follow-ups, we're not going to be able to respond.
On that issue, as the institution, there is no material that has been taken from the municipality to the household of the mayor to ensure that it is being built. We don't have such from our side as the municipality. Can confirm that. Lastly, also on the audit committee, the last meeting we had with the AG, they even confirmed that they will put a reliance on our internal audit reports, because they saw that there is credibility that is being, that is displayed by the unit. They said they will put reliance on some issues, not everything, but on some of the work that has been audited throughout the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fortunately, the Auditor-General is here. Thank you. Fortunately, Auditor-General is with us, so they will be able to confirm when we conclude our meeting. But I'm now going to allow members for follow-ups. You are having 1 minute each. We need to be done by 12:30. We're at 15:15 now.
Just the performance bonuses. I don't know if that was answered. I might have missed it. The MM and the Section 56 managers. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Honorable Mayor, if you say there's a report that is going to present it to Council, I'm referring to a report that was done by province and dated 21 July 2025 for investigation. Why it takes such a long time for the municipality to present that report to Council? Because that report was concluded and presented 21 July 2025. Why till up to now that report has not been presented to Council? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, I'm not going.
The Mayor, can you please switch off your mic?
Mayor, because that's why I was asking you to note the questions. They always fall in the crack. But I'll be very quick, Chair, because I've already asked the question. And I think they are important, otherwise I would leave them. The one where they say the MM and councillors are paying themselves above the grade, I think that's important. Another one is to investigate this. The one of the speakers vehicle, you answered it. But it's strange that we are saying the insurance said they were going to fix the vehicle. It was driven by the speaker himself. Then the use of incompetent service providers as well, where I asked a specific question, was there no member of staff being part of that thing? And the last one, very important one, where the MM was appointed against the MEC's non-confirmation. I think those questions need to be answered, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Maybe let me say this. It's important to have a plan and implement it. So it's not only just to say we have an audit action plan, but you need to appraise the committee by saying we are implementing the audit action plan, and we'll see from the results. 2, internal audit. Internal audit function is not only just to consolidate the plans and submit or present them to a audit committee. It is to assist the municipality to strengthen controls so that it addresses findings. So let's not work on saying the internal audit function or the internal audit presented the reports. Did you implement them? That's the question. And the result from what we see from what we got from external audit is saying you have weak internal controls. Even if you have an internal audit unit, but they are weak because whatever they recommend to executive management, it's not implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Information, because I've just received this information that I'm just sharing now. There's a report with serious allegations, which was actually, which is dated. I'll share this information. Let me just share it to the group. It is serious which was presented. It is dated 21 July 2025. That is the report that I'm asking about. Why actually till up to now that report was not actually presented to council? I've just received this report.
Provincial government or from any local law enforcement? Is it Section 106 report or is it what? Can you please take us along on the process of that Section 106? Fortunately, the MEC is there, and usually Section 106 is sanctioned by provincial government. And when it's supposed to be presented, the MEC and the team needs to go to the council and present that in the council. Can you please take us along as to what happened to that?
Thank you very much, honorable members. Once again, the municipal manager was suspended based on that report. I said, what is happening now? We have received a report on Friday. This is the report I'm saying is going to be taken to the council so that recommendations in that report are implemented. So is not within the institution because of the report which was submitted by the MEC to us, and we acted upon that report. So the issue of increasing his salary is part of the report, which is going to be tabled in the council. I think, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor. There were a lot of issues that were raised on that report that was presented by the MEC. And as a procedure, when you are dealing with a senior manager, there are prescripts that you must follow when you deal with the senior manager in terms of the disciplinary procedures. So the report that the mayor is talking about is about the disciplinary procedures that are being followed to deal with the misconduct raised in the MEC report. Thank you very much.
If there's any questions that are not answered, we'll have to refer them to a written submission. And now I'm going to give the MEC before the MEC, the AG, just 1 minute. There was a comment that was made on the AG understanding of the progress that the municipality is currently making. So we just want you to just comment on that with 1 minute. You'll have enough time to comment tomorrow.
Greetings, Honorable Chairperson, to the Honorable Members, greeting Honorable Mayor and your delegation. I'll start with the issue of the internal audit that was raised. So in terms of our audit last year, we did identify the internal audit unit was not adequately resourced. So as you've heard from the delegation, now they are in the process of finalizing the position of the Chief Audit Executive. I think they have indicated as well that the audit committee was not necessarily functional. So based on them now having filled those vacancies, then they have presented those internal audit reports that were performed. So in terms of how we work on the audit process, we use the internal audit report for risk assessment. So you'll know the internal auditors are there on site, so they will identify issues. So we must take that into account. It would be reckless to not use what the internal audit reports are saying. That would likely lead us to miss serious issues. In terms of the progress, so last year they ended up with a qualification due to an accumulation of misstatements in revenue and expenditure. So if you assess those, they should not be difficult to deal with, looking at where they
AG's office will get that detailed report.
All right.
What we want to confirm with you is that, is there a progress in terms of the internal control in the municipality?
So historically, I mean, if you look at the issues on the previous years versus now, they have reduced. So we are still busy with the audit for 24-25, so it's difficult to say. The issues that are concern for us as the Auditor-General is those 3 stadiums. Those, as you can see now, they have started the processes, but we issued material irregularities on one of them, and the other 2 are still a long-standing concern. So for us as the AG, that is what worries us, the money that is spent on those stadiums.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll have a detailed report of each and every municipality tomorrow when we conclude our session. We just wanted to confirm that because we were cited with confidence that you did assure the municipality that they are on the right track. So we're comparing what you were saying versus what we've got on paper and what they are saying. So now we'll give the MEC 5 minutes to do his remarks, and after that we'll then be closing our session.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity once more. The Mhlonto municipality has actually reversed in a big way because it was one of those promising municipalities before. We were hopeful that it's going to be one of the clean audits by now, but they have reversed since. And I think they have avoided responding to the question on concurrence, which is a fact. It's factual that they disregarded the concurrence. Now, it's the MM they are now suspending is the MM which I indicated that he was not competent
enough to be the municipal manager. And so it had to be us again through investigation who identified that there was more problems in the municipality because of that management leadership. And we had to present a report to council about the municipal manager. And so we are still investigating. We need a thoroughgoing investigation in respect of the stadia that have been constructed, because many of those stadia require forensic. We have investigated them, but our investigators came back to say we need forensic investigation. So it's something that we are already advanced with to investigate, because it seems the municipality enjoys starting the stadium, not completing, go start another one and all that. So it's a matter that we feel, but it is true that they themselves came to say, please investigate the stadia that we have. So we started that particular investigation. And it's one municipality also that we had arson. There was fire in their buildings, and some documentation has been burnt down and all that. And so it's a matter that we're looking at. Yes, there's a lot. We're still investigating ourselves to try and look at all the allegations that the honourable member is raising, because there's a lot of these allegations coming even from the minister to say we must investigate, which includes the speaker's vehicle. It was reported to the minister, so it's part of the investigations we are doing. Somewhat in terms of council, some of those activities, if council functions normally, ad hoc committees are established to investigate the veracity and those issues and bring back a report and all that. But some of those things are not happening in the municipality, which shows that accountability is quite a problem which they need to look into seriously going forward. I would want to really stop there, Chair, and indicate that we are still there as COGTA to try and support them to get out of the challenges they face, but it's not functioning well, not at all.
Thank you, MEC. Chair. Let me take this opportunity to thank the municipality for attending the meeting. We have noted the presentation that you have presented to us, and we also noted some of the things that will need your attention, and we need to get this document before the end of 3 months. They must be submitted to the portfolio committee in the legislature. And I must also indicate that MEC, when you look at the challenges of municipalities since we've been here, it's a pattern. You know, it's like they are more or less similar, because they are surrounded by irregular expenditures, your impact functionality, your revenue enhancement strategy. It's mostly what is common in most of municipalities. So what we need from you, you told us that you are reviewing your LED strategy. So we need you to provide us with the new revenue strategy within 3 months, the one that is realistic and addressing the challenges of your municipality. And then on the AG, it also indicated that you don't have proper council committees, such as that are functional. Your audit committee, your disciplinary board, and your MPEC. So we're giving you these 3 months to give us report on the functionality. It is possible that you can have a committee that has been established by council, but it's just meet for the sake of compliance, not necessarily that it's doing its work. So we'll request that if indeed you have the committees that are functional, give us the supporting document as to what have you done so far. And there's also a lack of performance management, which has been raised. Irregular expenditures not fully investigated. We also need you to give us a report on consequence management on irregular expenditures as to what have you done. And we must also understand that when we speak about oversight visit, you gave us your plans, but you still did not account for the things that happened previously. Because after you have presented, I cannot confidently say that in terms of some of the challenges that you had previously, these are the preventative measures that you have taken, and these are the people that you have held accountable. You only spoke about the MM, but for the institution to have challenges, it's not only the MM. So we have not dealt with that. So I would say in terms of accountability, we're not quite satisfied with your responses. However, we'll still have to come back and have a long session with you where we'll go into details in terms of everything that has happened in the municipality. And on the document that we have, there's also a concern that there is no financial disclosure and financial interest disclosure for management. So we need you to work on that. Poor record keeping, and also you need to improve on your financial system. We need you to have a financial system that is score compliance, and also work on the internal controls. So all of this, we need that information must be sent to the portfolio committee of the legislature before 3 months. We'll get that and then we'll get in touch with you. Thank you for your time. Colleagues from the department, national, province, the MEC, the AG's office, and members of parliament, our meeting is officially closed. Thank you.